Hard in. Here we are. I think I need more gain on my voice if I'm going to do that, or I'll just bring the microphone closer. Hope you're doing well. I do think I need more gain. Check, check. All right. That's as fat as I want my hardware to go. So let's go to filters. Let's give us 4 dB of gain. How's that? Oof. Oof. Let's go up to 6. How's that? How's 6? Yeah! 6 is a bit strong. Let's go back to 4. I'm just gonna play my game. That's what I'm here for. Still trying to figure out where to put chat on my I can do this. This is my microphone, and my NVIDIA keyer is not getting rid of it. So that doesn't cause a problem. I bet it's Zoom. I bet freaking Zoom is the thing that's crashing. Of course it is. So, or maybe it's capturing Zoom and then switching to something else. I gotta figure out what it is that keeps crashing. Anyways, gonna get ready for my meeting tomorrow. So why don't I just bring open Zoom and start a meeting and see if I can crash my stream? Because that's what I'm here for. Of course Zoom is crashing already. What a piece of garbage. What a piece of junk. Okay. All right, Zoom, let's go. Start Zoom before I start OBS. So you're not going to see Zoom today because Zoom stinks. Yeah. I may need to actually switch to different software. I'm trying the expander on the new OBS 29. So that's gonna make the everything really crunchy on my game. It'll make my game really loud, so that you can hear it. But also, I think I need to do my mic side chain. Maybe I'll do my mic side chain even harder there, so that when I'm talking, my game's output gets crunched down. But when I'm not talking, it gets pretty loud. Maybe I should put the limiter on after that. Yeah, I think I will. So you might notice I'm bobbing up and down. It's because I'm on a stepper, and that's the this is the movement that's going to recover my hip flexor problems. Movement is medicine. So a little bit of movement. Just remind yourself, keep moving, keep mobile. So I'm grinding 2 ships right now. This one, I need to get up to level 20, and the loot doesn't hurt. Kind of helps to get loot on that ship, but it's not a priority. This one, I've got it spec'd for maximum loot. Increases the amount of resources dropped from hostiles. That's what I want for loot. So there we are. Watched all of the Oroville recently. I thought there were some good episodes. I think the writing is absolutely sitcom writing, and I get really, I don't know, I get really annoyed by sitcom writing, but I can live with it. It's not Star Trek, it's Star Trek in a sitcom. And you know, that's fine. I can't hate on it too much, but I'm not a huge fan, I should say. I like the position of my logo. Side of the bounding box, so of course it moved everything with it. going to change my category because I'm not really doing politics yet. Grinding and chatting. I'm going to turn up the music at this rate. Oh, I am off my game, I guess, a little bit. It's all right. Get back on that horse. There are about 50 to 100,000 out-of-work programmers. This is, I think, an attempt to correct compensation. It's an attempt to do a bit of economic correction. Maybe it'll even impact inflation. People aren't willing to spend as much for things. Wouldn't that be great? Productive. I can't afford to send my ships into lucrative space for the moment, but I am saving up a few lucrative space tokens so that I can go get that done. I really need to figure out how to fix stream effects for OBS 29. I thought I got it by doing a full installation, but something's not there. Do I need to run OBS as admin? Maybe I do. That might be what's going on. I might be running it on my user profile instead of admin, and so not everything's showing up. That means I need to copy my profiles over again so that I have all of my layout. I think I've got everything though. I think I've got everything up here that I want to be up here. Why does it think that my camera 3 is on? Okay, it does. My Stream Deck is not quite right. But I've got a serious stream next Thursday. I've got a hybrid meeting next Friday. Unfortunately, it's not Global Game Jam. I was going to pitch someone on that, but I'm gonna not make that offer based on a conflict that's developing for political work, and I really want to do the political work. So, yeah, that'll be good. We can start chatting about politics. I think there is a problem of fear propaganda on the left, and I think it's, you know, it's very subtle, and it's hard to navigate as a leftist. The idea that our mode of operation on the left is primarily fear-based, and it is not looking for solutions, not accepting of solutions, unless it's total victory. Because without total victory, the capitalists will win. So what's that? What does that mean? Well, without total victory, we're going to be facing the horrors of capitalism forever. You know, this, oh my god. Capitalism's terrible. We can't allow that to continue. So if you do anything that doesn't align with revolution, you're a sock dem or a weak leftist or some kind of collaborator. And so that's why I say the left operates on fear propaganda. That's what we're dealing with when you have a group that has a vested power structure. They need to terrorize you away from solutions. They need to terrorize you away from compromise. They need to say, oh, the Biden clean energy compromise, oh, that's terrible. That's going to destroy the planet. We can't have that. What are you talking about? Don't let that happen. You'll destroy the planet. Soy. So yeah, that's the fear politics, the fear propaganda on the left. It's somewhat subtle, but very insidious. I should finish this one. This one's really close. Let's focus on this one until it's finished. Grind, grind, grind. I obviously need to keep streaming consistently for a few hours. I think I want to be done by 11:30 in the morning, maybe. I will consider going past 11:30 depending on what my day job is. If I don't have a day job, I gotta get those juicy DoorDash windows. And you get my $3 to $4 bonus per delivery, because I don't want to do deliveries unless it's at least 20 an hour. I really dislike the idea of delivering for so little money. Like, already 15 an hour is barely acceptable for anyone in this city. We should be at 20, 25 an hour. And so I can afford to withhold my labor. And so I will. I'm definitely not doing deliveries where I don't make a significant amount of money. So far, I've kept it. I think my first day delivering, I might have got 18, 19 an hour. And then last night, I got like over $50 in just over 2 hours. So I think I'm getting better. I think I gotta optimize my process. I'm not accepting any deliveries from fucking dicks. No fucking dicks, no way. I'm not standing in line for you. That hurts my earnings. Sorry. I'm not going to... What else am I not going to do? Oh, no fucking soup. Fuck your soup. You put your soup underneath everything else, and it starts to leak in my bag, and then the bag is ruined, and then I get a bad review. Fuck that. No soup. I'm just gonna ask them, is there any liquid in this? Is this soup? Fuck that. Maybe I'll have a paneer or something on the side, or a different compartment for something wet. But fuck your liquids poorly packed in a paper bag that's gonna get my tips cut. So, I have been cleansing myself of the bad programming. I need to rediscover the joy of programming, and then I will get myself out of the funk that I'm in. But moving, recovering my body, that's the first step. I do need to put more time into Project Eeyore. I need to put more time into sort of documenting why I'm in the fucking situation that I'm in. But I think it's gonna work. I feel like my microphone's... There we go. Not pointed correctly at my face. I'm gonna change my category. If you're here for the games, I mean, if you enjoy watching me grind, thank you very much. But I'm here to talk. So I'm going to talk about myself, I'm going to talk about politics. I'm going to reiterate what I said, that the left is doing fear propaganda. And you think that they're talking hope, but they're actually projecting hope for the revolution, which means incremental change is impossible. And that's why I say the left is fear-based. Being anti-incrementalist is fear-based. You're literally shitting on people who are doing the next right thing. These people are trying to help the world, and you're saying, well, we need to force the vote. We need to, like, stop sending money to Ukraine because NATO bad. And it's the fear of incrementalism, the fear of, oh my God, the Democrats might succeed, that's going to spoil the left. And some leftists would be fine with Democrats succeeding, but as long as we don't focus on corporate positive Democrats like property values and freaking NIMBY, anti-urbanization, anti-transit, anti-communist Democrats. Let's just be frank. Anti-communist Democrats, that's what people are talking about.
Data's my comrade.
Whoa! Yeah, let's go!
Data's my comrade.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follows. There we go. Who we at? We're gonna have a stream now.
Data's my comrade.
Remember, you think funding Ukraine is a step in the wrong direction? Why? Tell me why. Why is funding Ukraine a step in the wrong direction?
Data's my comrade.
I didn't break my hip. I sprained it. So I'm working on my hip flexors. Russia is justified. Russia is completely correct and justified. The territory, the sovereign territory. Wait a minute. Are you an internationalist or not? Are you a nationalist or are you a globalist? Choose. Nationalism or globalism. There is no other way. Two choices. Okay, you're an internationalist. Why do you think Russia is doing the right thing? Yeah, President Bolsonaro, I think that internationalism and globalism are basically the same. However, globalism sometimes refers to the idea that that there will be a corporate cabal, a loaded word there, huh? Yeah, there would be a corporate body overlord controlling the globe rather than a collaboration, rather than an intersection of international collaborators. But the U.S. was bad. U.S. was bad first. Euromaidan was bad. I'm so sad about Euromaidan. It was so bad. I'm so sorry about Euromaidan. Oh my god. Okay, so it's good to be nationalist if you're kicking another nationalist's butt. That's what you're saying. U.S. bad. No, I want you to tell me, because this is actually what I'm hearing. I go to these fucking meetings. You think I'm not real? I go to leftist meetings. This is the bullshit that I hear. Okay, so Euromaidan was CIA USA bad! It's not like I know anyone who fled Ukraine after Euromaidan. I couldn't possibly know people who fled that country and rebuilt their lives and their businesses. I definitely don't remember the bombings and the drone strikes and the airplanes that were shot. I don't remember that. I don't remember the Magnitsky Act. I don't remember the corruption. I don't remember... Oh, I know what it is. You're all soy about the Clintons! Ah, the Clintons! Oh no! Oh, the Clintons are coming to get us. They're tiny NGO. They're $5 million NGO. Such a threat when there's Bill Gates out there and $100 billion NGO. Oh my God, the Clintons are so scary. Oh, watch out for the Clintons. The Clintons are bad. Okay, yeah. Freaking soy out about it. It's not the real enemy. That's not the ultimate enemy. And if you think that Russia is good because the Clintons are bad, oh my God. I love this. Thanks to the raid. We're gonna have a good time now. We're getting going. We're getting energized.
Data's my comrade.
Thanks to the follows. Data is your comrade. Because we will have fully automated luxury gay space communism, and all of you are gonna ride bicycles. That's right, bicycles everywhere. Fuck your cars, fuck your single family housing in the middle of the suburbs. You're all gonna ride cars. No, you're not gonna ride cars, you're gonna ride bicycles. I have 3 bikes now. Actually, I probably have 5. I have 2 road bikes in Spokane, I have 1 road bike here, and I have 2 electric bikes here in Seattle. So I'm gonna fucking collect all my bicycles up and give some of them to my friends. I don't want to spend money on a car. Wait. You're a leftist and you... Okay, is... Malik, are you a leftist? Or are you just a shill for the Ford Motor Company? I'm not broke. I don't want to waste my money on a car. I live in an urban environment. I'm on the board of a mass transit advocacy organization. I don't want a car. I don't need a car. I should not need a car. If I get a car, it is because I am being forced to get a car from the materialist systems of oppression that separate me from my family, that separate me from the things that I want to do, the things that I need to do. I spent a car's worth on video equipment. I mean, like, this fucking camera alone is a used, like, that $3,000. $1,500 for a used A7 Mark III. $1,500 for a FE 16 to 35. That is not a cheap lens. I love it. I love it. That is a used car right there. I will get 10,000 times more utility, direct utility from this device than I will from a car. Fuck cars. Fuck, and I can't stress this enough, them cars. You have wandered in to an urbanoid, numtot, old geezer Gen Xer stream, and I'm not gonna shut up about it. Okay, you can keep your... Hey, I don't care. You keep your cars. Don't call me a bum because I refuse to pay into that fucking capitalist system, my friend, my comrade to data. That's where we are. Putin will solve the urbanite issue. I'm a MAGA communist. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Show me a socialist car that doesn't come from Germany. The problem with cars is that they profit off of the holding of land. Let's talk about this. Let's really talk about this. Okay, so what is it about holding of land that is socialist? Profiting. Okay, tuk-tuk. Okay, you got. The tuk-tuk is fucking based. Let's go. Let's go, based Indians. Give me my micro cars. Fuck your F-350s. Fuck your Land Rovers. Fuck you, Jeremy Clarkson. Let's get some tuk-tuks. No one in my future, you will be able to drive Chinese flatbed pickup trucks that are the same size flatbed as a fucking F-150, or you will drive a tuk-tuk or an electric vehicle. Tuk-tuks, you know what? Electric vehicles are kind of a scam. I can ride my e-bike. I have a high-power e-bike. I have a high-power e-bike. I can ride that for 2 hours. I can make $50 over 2 hours, and then I gotta charge the fucking thing again. What the fuck is that? That's why gasoline is fine for working people. I'm not mad at you. If you need to do deliveries, if you need to work, if you need to go to your construction job, do it. I'm fucking old. I can't do rollerblades. I will fall over and break my ass on the ground. I have hip recovery, hip flexor problems. I'll probably get on rollerblades and sprain my ass like instantly. Oh my god. So, oh, but trucks and SUVs are fun. Oh yeah, I bet they are. Yeehaw! You know what? I don't think that many people should live in the countryside. Maybe you need to pay higher taxes if you live in the countryside. Oh! Yeah. If you live in a city, you should pay lower taxes. Across the board. That's... Okay, except... You know what? Percentage. I'm old, Malik. I'm old. I said Gen X. I am a younger Gen X / elder millennial. Not over 50. I might be a young vegan. Does being vegan give you gray hair? Does it? Okay. I need to know. I need to know. Do I look like I'm young in any way? Look at all that gray. I've got gray in my hair. Linoleic acid. Okay. You know, I did talk to a guy on my Sunday show. Aiko, hey, how's it going? You're gonna get VIP, Aiko, because you're here. We're having fun. I got raided. I need to see who raided me because I lost it because I got raided and instantly followed. 1, 2, 3, 4 people followed me and I just... So, let's see. Stream elements, dashboard. Who raided me? Please tell me. Because I will thank you. And we're going to have a fun time. No two bones about it. I have been getting ready for this. There we go. It was Nikicha. Thank you, Nikicha, for the raid. Hey, Blank Page. I don't doubt you could have different experiences than me. You could be a true Gen Xer, and that by that I mean a Gen Xer on their way to becoming a boomer. Hey, it's fine. Spicy's great. I can roll with it. I do not skateboard. I was too much of a nerd to learn how to skateboard. Absolutely. Rural folks are great. Who lives in the rural parts of America who doesn't need to? Ico, EPA, awesome. I'll take it. Tell KOE Nation. Okay, KOE. Here we go. We're gonna clip this. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Actually, I need good music for this. No. Next. Alright, that's good. KOE Nation, here is my application to be your United States Cabinet Department of Energy Secretary. I know all about energy, and I mean all about energy. I know just about as much about energy as any streamer out there. No streamer out there can defeat me when it comes to energy debate, when it comes to the vision of America, a strong America that uses all of its resources in order to halt climate change. That's right, halt climate change, and only America can do it. Every other country out there thinks that they can do it, but only America has all of the true resources. We've got the monazites, that means the rare earth metals. We've got the nuclear, we've got the uranium, we've got the skills, we've got the engineering, we've got the industry. We can put together a energy megalith that will completely save the entire world. I mean, global domination in a completely socialist way, because that's what I am. I'm a socialist. And so we are going to completely revolutionize all of the energy production around the world. We're going to build 4 gigawatts around the world. We're going to build 4 gigawatts of nuclear every month between now and 2050 on average. So that means we ramp up a little bit and then we go to the moon. All nuclear, not all nuclear, 25% nuclear by 2050. The rest, hey, I dare you, greenies, I dare you to try to fill that with renewables. You better try hard. You better try as hard as possible, because if you don't, I'm going to keep going with more nuclear. That's my challenge. That's my prescription. This is my application to be KOE Nation's DOE chair. I flubbed a little bit, but hey, it's all right. Oh, there we go. We're gonna clip that. I'll marker it too. There we go. Malik, I knew you were a liberal. You don't like nuclear? Well, you probably like think that corn syrup is great, don't you? Why do you think that nuclear fission is like The Simpsons? I think that a nuclear engine in a car is based, and that means that you need to have a degree in nuclear engineering in order to drive. Ha! How's that? That's why we need nuclear cars, to keep idiots away from cars. Malik, you think we have abiogenic oil? Do you really think that oil comes from something that renews itself from the mantle of the earth, rather than algae and plankton that were squashed about 2 billion years ago? Or 1 billion, I forget how long ago. But like algae and plankton getting squashed and then compacted and turned into peat and turned into oil masses. That's where fossil fuels. It's called fossil fuels because we discovered they came from fossils. We have direct evidence they came from fossils. I'm a soy about this. Oh. Let's report a spammer. I know a little bit about the different grades of oil. No, I'm not reporting Malik, I'm reporting someone in-game, like the thing that's on the screen, I'm reporting that. In case you're watching without, because someone sent me this spam in PM about the bot that people are using in this game. I should write a bot for this game. Oh, thanks for the follow. Let me thank everyone who followed me. Thank you, Saddest234, Grumpy Jones, Mr. Pooples, Rollin' Raw, Ogsnowbone, Blank Page, 990, M9300, President Bozenaro, and thank you for the raid again, Nikicha. Oh, and thank you, Malik, for the follow. You're fun. I mean, I definitely think you're fun. I know that all the MAGA communists, they're fun. They're not right about everything. I think the only one that I can stand is like Fox Green. I still don't agree with him about Ukraine. I think it's insane. I think you've got some weird takes about Ukraine, that's for sure. And it helps me to know the people who lived there, who fled that country after Euromaidan. It's a thing. Fission is amazing. We have 4 billion years of nuclear fission available to us. There's no reason not to like fission. Here's the reason you might like fission. You've heard it does horrible things to your DNA, and of course you think your DNA is perfect. Uh-huh. You think your DNA is perfect, don't you? Is that something a Hitlerite might say? Ah, got him! Knowing that you come from the Haas community makes it super easy. Like big target on the side of your head. Well, you don't like fission? Why? Haas likes fission. He just kind of likes the idea of abiogenic oil. Actually, I think he went to abiogenic oil to piss me off, and I didn't soy about it. Because I know his act, and it's just dumb. Oh, of course you got... Well, high five. Now we're both banned from the Haas Discord. Except I got banned for being based. I soyed just a tiny bit, but it was in the moment to be like, that's dumb. Come on, that's dumb. We got evidence. Come on, man. I think that imperialism is bad no matter what your nation. No matter what nation you're in, imperialism is bad. Oh, it's not imperialism. It's not imperialism if it comes from Russia or China, because Russia. Wait, Russia's not social. Oh, yeah, China's social. I swear, China's socialist. They're not state capitalist. They're not freaking marketoid financial manipulators. They're definitely all in the up and up. Definitely good people, and not like feudalist warmongers. That definitely, yeah. It's called content, M93. It's called content. You give me nothing to stand on, I'm gonna make up a platform and I'm gonna jump on it. That's what content is, come on. Okay, China has replaced old feudalism with new feudalism, with party member feudalism, with exclusive power, with vetoes over local autonomy. That's what China has done. He's a lib. He's a lib. I'm gonna get him triggered. I'm gonna call him a lib. Oh. Okay, what is the scientific evidence that China is not replacing local autonomy? Bring it. Bring it. China bad. China, okay, China might be okay here and there, but overall, China bad. What about Joe Biden? What about Joe Biden? Joe Biden drinks the blood of children. Chat, you're funny. No, China has been... Okay, there's two things that you've said there. One of them is right. The Great Leap Forward, both in China and in Russia, did produce advances that would not have arisen under an open, free market capitalist system. That is a demonstrable fact. Good. What happens after that? That's the problem. What happens after that? After that, well, you're looking at concentrations of power, you're looking at vetoing local authority. No. What? Tell me about Tencent. Who owns stock? Who owns Tencent? Tell me who owns Tencent. And then we'll find out. Is China actually communist? Where are Tencent's profits going? Where are NetEase's profits going? Where are 360's profits going? Wait, you haven't heard of Okay, you don't know anything about China then, because I've worked with all of the Chinese video game companies. And if you don't know all of them, what are you talking about? To the loyals. Okay, the loyals. Okay, so has poverty been eliminated in all of the loyal territories of China? Or has it all gone into the development bank used to leverage labor in developing markets? Oh, public. Okay, so if you're a Chinese citizen, can you get a loan? Can you start a business? Can you take your property out of the bank and leave China? Can you leave with the property that is communally yours? Oh, you can't cash it out. You can't, like, if I wanted to go to Mars, if I wanted to start a competing colony because Elon Musk sucks, I couldn't do that if I'm a Chinese citizen. Oh, too bad. No, it's a stupid thing to want. Why would you ever want to colonize the galaxy when you could be a servant of your state? Oh my God. I can buy a car. I choose not to. Haha. Ooh, capitalism. Capitalism is based in liberty for some. Capitalism is based on the idea that if you own a thing, you earned it. No questions asked. You earned it, didn't you? So if I own a plot of land and I discover oil on that land, that's my oil. Yeehaw! Beverly Hillbillies, let's go. Let's fill up all those Ford Broncos and Land Rovers and F-350s with my oil. And that's based because that's capitalism. That means that because the more land I own, the more money I get. That is neoliberal capitalism. Let's go! But most importantly, yes, it's turning labor, present labor, into future capital. And the most efficient way to turn present labor into future capital for the capitalist is fossil fuel extraction, is resource extraction. It is not the development of things that produce 1,000,000 times more energy than fossil fuels, like nuclear fission. It is about taking your enormous land assets and paying people to work that land so that you can increase your land profit. Prostitution is based because they don't owe their body to anyone. Think about that. There's no like generational asset that's passed on from one family to another. Does a prostitute increase their capital assets by working? I'm gonna step off my exercise device. I don't think that prostitution is capitalism. I'm going to reject that. I'm not a libertarian, but I know that prostitution is better than capitalism. Yes, it does happen more under capitalism because there is pressure on the labor system that cannot be alleviated. And if your wages are depressed, if your ability to earn is impacted by capitalist exploitation, you are absolutely forced into more demeaning work. Like deliveries, like prostitution, like working for a giant capitalist megalith that makes people give them microtransactions for your game. Like the game I'm playing right now. Oh! Demeaning work, non-creative work, non-fulfilling work. I'm sure there are sex workers who are artists, who are amazing, but not under capitalism. Some of them are getting by. They're doing what they can to survive. Bitcoin is interesting. I think that crypto may disintermediate some things, but I think it's too late to get true disintermediation. The old money has already jumped into the best crypto out there, and right now that means it's a pyramid scheme. And you can try to climb it. I mean, I'm trying to climb a little bit. I'm playing with a tiny amount of money, like less than 1% of my holdings are in crypto. So not going to fuck around too much with that. Okay. It is 1 o'clock Pacific time. What is my schedule? Am I going to try to make another $50 as fast as I can? Not today. Tomorrow. Today's offers are shit, and I'm not going to take your offers unless they're really good. Yep. So the rest of my grinding for this game is not cloaking. I'm going to skip cloaking today. I am going to use Mantis today. Let's do Mantis. Oh, no, we need to use Swarms. This is Star Trek Fleet Command. It's a pretty egregious microtransaction game, but it's got a good design. I don't know. It's got a bit of a good design. And I'm in a really good alliance, and so I'm gonna grind on it because I'm depressed, and that's what you do when you're depressed. You play shitty games, like Minecraft. So, True Sarang, thank you for the follow. We are on an upward trajectory today. So here I am. Maybe we should do some reacts. Let's do reacts while I do this shit. Let's do some reacts. I'm going to get a second camera up. Yeah, camera 4 is going to come up. And I'm going to move my logo a bit. No, I'm going to move my title a bit. All right, so camera 4 is going to be the right monitor. What's that going to look like? That's not right. Camera 4. Oh. I need to fix stream effects. I'm pretty disappointed in stream effects. Yeah, I worked for some companies that are now marginally owned by Tencent, and so yeah, it's I got opinions, man. I got opinions. Oh boy. Where is my logo going? It's going up here. Which browser am I going to use? Let's try Chrome today. Nuclear reacts? Nuclear? Anyone? Platinum or Plarium? PyProd, hey, how's it going? We got a big raid. We're having a good time. I'm going to react to some nuclear videos. Let's find the best videos of the last week. And let's find out. We got Lex Friedman and Dennis White talking about nuclear fusion. Let's get this on screen. Yeah, I think that my my setup problems have mostly been they've mostly been due to Zoom. So we're done with music for now, and we're doing a react. Nuclear fusion. Okay, maybe. 60 minutes. Okay, look at this. So let's talk about why this is propaganda. That might be muted.
Was in California. In a laboratory, for the first time, the world's largest lasers forced atoms of hydrogen to fuse together in the same kind of energy-producing reaction that fires the sun. It lasted less than a billionth of a second, but after 6 decades of toil and failure, the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory proved it could be done. If fusion becomes commercial power one day, it would be endless and carbon-free. In other words, it would change human destiny. As you'll see, there's far to go, but after December's breakthrough, we were invited to tour the lab and meet the team, that brought star power.
Are they going to talk about why they did this? I don't think so. They're not going to talk about it. They're going to paper it over.
Uncontrolled fusion is easy. Mastered so
That's not what uncontrolled fusion is. That's not how nuclear reactions work. It's not uncontrolled if it blows up like that. It's big. Okay. Science communicators have to get over this garbage argument that a nuclear weapon is uncontrolled. It was not easy to make a nuclear weapon. You needed a lot of focused energy put in the right place in order to make a nuclear bomb. This was not easy. This is propaganda because they're papering over the fact that the National Ignition Facility was created for the maintenance of weapons.
long ago, the films are in black and white. Fusion is what a hydrogen bomb does, releasing energy by forcing atoms of hydrogen to fuse together. What's been impossible is harnessing the fires of Armageddon into something useful. The U.S. Department of Energy's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory helps maintain nuclear weapons and experiments with high-energy physics. An hour east of San
In order to
Francisco,
maintain nuclear
Livermore's
weapons.
director, Kim Budell, in the lab that made history, the National Ignition Facility.
The National Ignition Facility is the world's largest, most energetic laser. It was built, starting in the 1990s, to create conditions in the laboratory that had previously only been accessible in the most extreme objects in the universe, like the center of giant planets or the sun, or in operating nuclear weapons. And the goal was to really be able to study that kind of very high energy, high density condition in a lot of detail.
So that we could maintain our nuclear weapons.
Was built for $3.5 billion to ignite self-sustaining fusion. They tried nearly 200 times over 13 years, but like a car with a weak battery, the atomic engine would never turn over. NIF drew some nicknames.
It did for many years, the Not Ignition Facility, the Never Ignition Facility, more recently the Nearly Ignition Facility. So this recent event has really put the ignition in the NIF.
Ignition means igniting a fusion reaction that puts out more energy than the lasers put in.
So if you can get it hot enough, dense enough, fast enough, and hold it together long enough.
One shady truth. That's a shady truth.
Main laser operation will begin in approximately 1 minute.
Last month, the laser shot fired from this control room put 2 units of energy into the experiment. Atoms began fusing, and about 3 units
They're
of energy
called
came out.
gigajoules,
Who
right?
leads the lab's laser fusion research initiatives got the call while waiting.
How many units of energy did it take to run that laser? You put 2 units of energy in, it took 200 units of energy to fire it up.
For a plane.
And I burst into tears. It was just tears of joy. And I actually physically started shaking and jumping up and down at the gate before everybody boarded. So everybody was like, what is that crazy woman doing?
Tammy Ma is crazy about engineering.
Megajoules, not gigajoules, megajoules.
She showed us why the problem of fusion would bring anyone to tears. First, there's the energy required, which is delivered by lasers in these tubes that are longer than a football field. And how many are there altogether?
192 total lasers.
Each one of these lasers is one of the most energetic in the world, and you have 192 of them.
That's pretty cool, right?
Well, pretty hot, actually. Millions of degrees, which is why they use keys to lock up the lasers.
Shot director, ready.
The beams strike with a power 1,000 times greater than the entire national power grid.
3, 2, 1, shot.
Your lights don't go out at home when they take a shot because these capacitors store the electricity. In the tubes, the laser beams amplify by racing back and forth, and the flash is a fraction of a second.
We have to get to these incredible conditions, hotter, denser than the center of the sun, and so we need.
I like that animation there. Let's go back. Is the laser okay? So a laser works by bouncing light back and forth. That's just basics of how a laser works. Where is it? Come on. Oh man, it's still interlaced. 60 Minutes, you uploaded an interlaced video to YouTube. Ugh. And there's all the lasers coming in and striking the hull realm, this little piece of gold. There it is, yeah. So that red part, that is gold being struck by those 192 lasers, and it's reflecting back and forth in that gold hull realm, and the gold disintegrates and produces I mean, it doesn't permanently get disintegrated. It gets sort of blown up and scattered throughout the facility, that containment area, and the process of doing that produces X-rays. And so these lasers are closer to visible light probably, but then the energy they put into that foil, that Halram, makes X-rays, and those X-rays go wham into the deuterium and tritium, and that's what created the reaction. So all that process, the deuterium and tritium gathering, the gold Halram, the laser powered, like the laser power itself is hundreds of megajoules. The creation of that Halram, which is destroyed, and the deuterium and tritium fusion all takes a whole lot of energy. We're talking thousands of times more efficient is where we need to be in order for this to actually produce energy. But no, 60 Minutes is going to absolutely fawn all over the potential for clean energy. They're not really going to talk about weapons very much.
And the flash is a fraction of a second.
We have to get to these incredible conditions, hotter, denser than the center of the sun, and so we need all of that laser energy to get to these very high energy densities.
All that wallop vaporizes a target nearly too small to see. Can I hold this thing?
Absolutely.
Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. Michael Staderman's team builds the hollow target shells that are loaded with hydrogen at 430 degrees below zero.
The precision that we need for making these shells is extreme. The shells are almost perfectly round. They have a roughness that is 100 times better than a mirror.
Think about that.
If it wasn't smoother than a mirror, imperfections would make the implosion of atoms uneven, causing a fusion fissile. So these need to be as close to perfect as humanly possible.
This way. This way. And we do think there are among the most perfect items that we have on Earth.
Staderman's lab pursues perfection by vaporizing carbon and forming the shell out of diamond. They build 1,500 a year to make 150 nearly perfect.
Carbon? I thought it was gold. Okay, carbon. That's better.
Itself, and then the assembler
I was worried that it was gold.
To put the parts where they're supposed to go, move them together, and then we apply glue using a hair.
A hair?
Yeah, usually something like an eyelash or a similar or cat whisker.
You apply glue with a cat whisker?
This way.
Why does it have to be so small?
The laser gives us only a finite amount of energy, and to drive a bigger capsule, we would need more energy. So it's a constraint of the facility that you've seen that is very large, and despite its big size, this is about what we can drive with.
The target could be larger, but then the laser would have to be larger.
That is correct.
On December 5th, they used a thicker target so it would hold its shape longer.
Look at my ignition facility, bro. We're never getting fusion in space.
So this is an example of a target before the shot. So
Tammy Ma showed us an intact target assembly.
You
That
can't
diamond
ban
shell
you can't
saw
ban
is
anything.
inside that silver-colored cylinder.
990.
This
You
assembly
can't.
goes into a blue vacuum
You can
chamber
speak
3
out
stories
against
tall.
it.
It's hard to see here because it's bristling with lasers and instruments. This instrument they call Dante because they told us it measures the fires of hell. One physicist said,
Because
"We should
everyone
see the
is
target be
conducting
blasted to
psyops
some
against
effect.
everyone
Which
else
made us
all the
ask,
time.
could we?
I am psyoping you right now. For good.
For
I
Tammy
promise.
Ma and for the world, this is the first look
I
at what's
I
left
earn
of
my
the
money
target
from
assembly that
working in the
changed
games
history.
industry
Another fact,
and from a
like
security
Bell's first
company.
phone
So
or Edison's
that's where my years of saved up rent
target
is
cylinder
going.
was blasted
I'm going
to
to put it in the
oblivion.
market.
The copper support
And
that held it was peeled backward.
yeah, so you can call me out. You can call me a Joe Biden simp, and I'll just laugh at you. Because Joe Biden created this propaganda.
Which would make an astronomical change in electric power. Unlike today's
I'm being
nuclear
extra
plants, which
soy
split
today.
atoms
This is my
apart,
off-day stream. I'm being
fusion
super
is
soy.
many times more powerful, with little long-term radiation, and it's easy to turn off, so no meltdowns. But getting
Good
from the
times.
first ignition to a power plant will be hard. How many shots do you take in a day?
we take, on average, a little more than 1 shot per day.
If this was theoretically a commercial power plant, how many shots a day would be required?
Approximately 10 shots per second would be
Yeah.
required. And the
Yeah.
other big challenge, of course, is not just increasing the repetition rate, but also getting the gain out of the targets to go up to about a factor of 100.
Not only would the reactions
No, not a factor of 1,000. Because you've got to pay off the investment of the carbon target. You've got to pay off the investment of gathering the deuterium and tritium. You've got a long way to go. But yeah, she did kind of say the truth accidentally right there. The lasers take 100 times as much energy to power up as the target they were hitting.
have to produce 100
Produced.
times more energy but a power plant would need 900,000 perfect diamond shells a day.
Right.
So the lasers would have to be much more efficient. Remember December's breakthrough put 2 units of energy in and got 3 out? Well, it took 300 units of power to fire the lasers. By that standard, it was 300 in, 3 out. That detail was not front and center at the Department of Energy's December news conference, which fused the advance with an unlikely timeline.
Are you going to talk about weapons? Please talk about weapons.
To the president's goal of achieving commercial fusion within the
Heard that President
Propaganda.
Biden's goal was commercial.
See, if you're mad about Joe Biden for anything, you should be mad at him about this. Be mad at Joe Biden about this propaganda. Because it is shameful. It is shameful to create this glow up for the maintenance of nuclear weapons. And if you're going to be mad about something, be mad about that.
Fusion power in a decade. You thought what?
I thought it was nonsense.
Charles Seif is a trained mathematician, science author, and professor at New York University who wrote a 2008 book on the hyping of fusion power.
I don't want to diminish the fact that this is a real achievement. Ignition is a milestone that people have been trying to do for years. I'm afraid that there's so many technical hurdles, even after this great achievement, that 10 years is a pipe dream.
Those hurdles, Seif says, include scaling up Livermore's achievement. The December shot generated about enough excess power to boil 2 pots of coffee. The hurdles might be overcome, Seif says, but not soon.
I have a running bet going that we're not going to have it by 2050.
Still, betting against Charles Seif's prophecy are more than 30 private companies designing various approaches to fusion power.
I met the guy who is the venture capitalist for all these companies. Like, I went to Pittsburgh and I talked at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum, and I met the dude who is all over vetting and talking to these people and making sure that, you know, they're spending their money correctly and they're doing the right research and pushing around all the things to maybe make energy happen one day. That's a long-term investment. He's very optimistic, of course. He's not overly optimistic. And so he's like the perfect balance of understanding the challenges and also very hopeful so that he can get people to pay more money to the fusion industry.
Including using magnets, not lasers. $3 billion in private money flowed into those companies in the last 13 months, including bets by Bill Gates and Google. Amid all this speculation, Lawrence Livermore's director, Kim Budell, is certain of one thing. Can you do it again?
Absolutely.
They're going to try again next month. Budell agrees the obstacles are enormous, but she told us commercial fusion power could be demonstrated in 20 years or so, with enough funding and dedication.
20 years, yeah! Finally the truth.
Only 120 feet.
It's one thing to believe that the science is possible, that the conditions can be created. It's another to see it in action. And it really is a remarkable feeling after working for 60 years to get to this point. To have taken that first flight.
It was 44 years from a puddle jump to supersonic flight. Whether fusion power is 10 or 50 years away is now mainly an engineering problem. Lawrence Livermore has proven that from a machine, a star is born.
Oh, that's it?
The images you are seeing
okay,
right now have been
so what did I say? Were they going to talk about how it was used to maintain weapons? Nope. They didn't. This is the reality, is that the NIF is primarily there in order to maintain nuclear weapons. We can't test them in the atmosphere, so they're going to test something, a similar reaction in the lab. And that is why so much money went into NIF. And it's going to be a smokescreen for capital investment into a solution that's 20 to 30 to 50 years away. So what, we're going to have fusion get to the SL1 stage by 2040 and then scale up how? How fast is it going to scale up? Is it going to scale up a gigawatt a month like China is doing today? And you want to hear about me hating on China? This is why China is based, because China is producing a gigawatt of nuclear capacity every month for the next 20 years. I want them to go for another 10 years. I want them to go until 2050. Go as fast as you can, just like China. We need 3 more nations doing that every month, another gigawatt, every month as fast as possible. And that's not even 100% nuclear. That's 25% nuclear by 2050. We need everyone on board to get that done. That's hard. You know, it's achievable, but it's hard. So, all right, now I've got a rhythm to my grind. I don't think I want to talk to Lex Friedman. Boring. Nuclear war is boring. Ooh, this kind of sounds amazing. I like this title.
I spent most of my career working in secret labs that would probably make Iron Man jealous. And about 2 decades ago, I got to work on this project. It was like a 1,000-year project to try and figure out how could you have trillions of humans thriving in space, turn Earth into a wildlife preserve that people would visit once in a while in their lifetime. It sounds crazy. People think this is just, you know, billionaires with their big swinging rockets. But really what it's about is that occasionally you get somebody with the will and the resources to take on a project on a longer time horizon, to think about generations yet to come. And that's hard. But what I learned from working on this project is that you could actually learn to think on those longer time horizons and start to figure out
it's like industrial development.
The change that we need, because none of it happens fast. And this
is what we should be about, is about like long-term industrial development, not making, you know, video games. It's making energy. It's making everything that humankind needs.
It went from millions to billions, like almost overnight, right? And in some sense, it's a testament to our ancestors, right? Their ingenuity, their sacrifice made it possible for us to even exist. Do you know that 400 million people died of smallpox before we invented vaccination? Right? None of us would even be here, except that these folks figured out how to solve some of the hard technical problems that kept humans from thriving. So now we've got to figure out the hard job, which has never been done before, of figuring out how do we take care of 8 billion humans. Sometime in the last 24 hours, we just crossed that threshold. Did you know that? 8 billion humans. It's unprecedented. We don't know if it's going to work. But what if there was some kingpin that could help us to change the future, to solve these problems that 8 billion people can create, right? There's something all of us in common, something all of us have. All of those people, all of you and me. And that is that we are all made of stars. That's not song lyrics. That's actually, we're all made of this star, our sun. All the energy in the world comes.
Ooh, good question. Using religion as a trick to penetrate deep psyche ideology. Yeah. I actually think that green environmentalism is religion. It is a belief system that's impenetrable from criticism. It freaks people out. It makes people soy. It really, like, if you object to 100% renewable ideology, they will freak out on you 100% of the time. And that is indicative of religious thinking. Is like the facts don't matter if you try to correct them even subtly. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do an IRI react. As soon as he goes live, I'm gonna react to him. Yeah, and then I'll send you all his way. No, I won't. That would be a hate raid, and that's not allowed. So no hate raiding here. But he freaked out on me when I said, "Oh, the idea that turbines freezing caused the Texas power to go off, that was actually a myth, and that was actually a Republican talking point. It was primarily the fossil fuels going out. The secondary thing was, well, why was that a problem? Because the wind supply was low, because you needed fossil fuels, because the wind supply was not going to be there. And every time we have a heat dome or a freeze, a deep freeze, it's called bombification. It's atmospheric bombification. You'll have a cold mass of air come down from the North Pole and wham, land on the underlying, the underlying mass of its volume of air and push out the warm air. So you will get these concentrated cold, hot areas. And so you will have a bomb cyclone, a giant cold dome where the wind is not moving. That happens over and over again. So, yeah, I don't know. I pacifism, I'm less willing to call that a religion. That is more of a genuine philosophy that can be used as a societal tool of resistance. And so I'm not going to double down and say that pacifism is a religion, but green 100% renewable ideology absolutely is. I think that if you apply pacifism to our current international conflict, you're a little bit deranged. You know, USA bad, pacifism good is a little deranged. So let me jump back to the video.
From the sun, not just the solar energy, not just the sun for photosynthesis, right? Also oil, also coal and plutonium, all of it came from the sun. And our job is to figure out how do we become.
We didn't have any plutonium. He meant to say uranium, and that plutonium and uranium didn't come from the sun. It came from the merging of white dwarf stars thousands of light years away. Yo, Ancom, how's it going?
The planetary steward.
You're a VIP in here, aren't you?
How do we deliver it to everyone? The average Earthling gets 1 toaster worth of energy. That's all your food, all your transport, all of your AC and heating and jet fuel.
Actually, I need to make you a mod. How's that? Are you okay with being a mod here?
We get 8 bonus toasters because we're Americans. So what this means is that you've been lied to. We're being a little disingenuous when we show you the demand curve for energy and show a few percent a year in growth.
I'm not ban happy. Just keep it TOS. That's my number one thing.
Human on Earth as many toasters as an American gets. What this means is that 3 billion people live on less than a toaster. They also probably get about that much toast. Right?
Oh, I love this.
So our job
like the energy consumption.
Energy production, which may sound insane.
Very important.
But you know what? We've done it before. This is the last century of global energy. We 10x global energy production. Now, we did it by burning more coal, burning more oil, burning more gas, and then there's that little sliver at the top, right? We also 10x global population, so it's kind of a wash. But that stuff at the top is the renewable stuff, the carbon-free stuff, solar, wind, hydro, nuclear. So now we want to 10x energy production with that stuff. We're still going to need some of this stuff at the bottom, but we don't want to be growing that. And you know what? It was harder last time. We had to dig all that shit out of the ground, right? Going forward,
he said shit in a TEDx.
All we got to do is make windmills. All we got to do is.
Is that where we are today? Are we allowed to say shit at TEDx's?
All the metals mined last
nice.
Year. Well, all the hard ones. It pales in comparison to that one.
Oh, I love that graph. That's a great one.
Right here. Uranium.
Yes!
We mined enough uranium last year to power the entire world for 6 years. Now, that's not what we're doing with the uranium. What we're doing with it is subject of another talk. If you had a Campbell's soup can full of depleted uranium, it would contain enough energy to power you and your family for your entire lifetime. It's so energy dense. That's how much energy is in there. But it's radioactive and...
Okay, he said depleted uranium, and that is that's 100% enriched uranium. That's different. Let's make sure.
We're doing with the uranium. What we're doing with it is subject of another talk. If you had a Campbell's soup can full of depleted uranium, it would contain enough energy to power you and your family for your entire lifetime.
Fake news. He's wrong.
That's how much
enriched uranium. U-235 is enriched.
Dangerous and messy, and we don't know what to do with the waste, so we're saving it for our grandkids to make Happy Meal toys or something. So in another secret lab that I worked in, we invented this thing. A nuclear reactor powered by nuclear waste. It's actually kind of a nuclear waste recycling machine that also makes a bunch of power. What people don't realize is today's reactors that we run all were designed before we were born, with pencils and slide rules.
You know what? He's probably also right that you can use depleted uranium to make energy, but it said 235 on the can, so we got a problem there. But yeah, 238, you can change 238 into fuel because it is fertile. It's not fissile, it's fertile. Just like thorium is fertile. 235 is fissile, and that's why we need 233 and 235 to jumpstart these reactions.
We design these on giant supercomputers. We can model all the neutrons in the reactor core. We can understand what's going to happen before we build this thing. We can make modern, safe reactors. The other thing people don't realize is today's reactors are 0.7% efficient. 99.3% of the energy is still in the stockpile we call waste. These reactors can get that energy out too.
Okay, this is slightly off because while conventional reactors burn... Actually, that's CANDU. That is very low enriched. So those are CANDU reactors because usually we are at 4.5 enriched. We're at 4.5% enriched. That's 4.5% U-235 to the rest U-238 and other... But yeah, U-238. So that's slightly off. Slight mistake here. But yes, the TerraPower reactors and our conventional reactors will burn that stuff. So what's the difference? Well, TerraPower starts with 20% U-235, and they can burn up almost all of the 238. Whereas conventional reactors, we start out with like 5% U-235, and we don't even burn up all of that. We burn up like 2% of the of that, like a fifth of the total volume of 235, and then we also convert some of the 238 into plutonium, and that fissions as well. And then if we take what's left after all that's done, then we take the plutonium out and turn it into what's called a mixed oxide fuel, or a MOX. And then we have a plutonium-239 plus uranium-235 plus uranium-238, and that's a MOX reactor. MOX fuel, amazing stuff. We need more MOX fuel.
This is a stockpile in Kentucky. 700,000 metric tons of depleted uranium sitting on the surface of the Earth, saving it for our grandkids, left over from making bombs, left over from making reactors, and we don't know what to do with it. In our reactors, we could power the entire planet, including growth, for about the next 1,000 years off of one stockpile.
Yeah, from that stockpile. Okay.
Right, we can do better on these things, but we've got to try, right? This is a miraculous energy source that we conflated with nuclear bombs and mushroom clouds and Chernobyl, and we criminalized it into oblivion in the 80s. We told ourselves that we were saving the world by doing that.
True!
If we had continued building nuclear reactors since the 80s, you never would have heard of global warming. We made the wrong choice. It's time to course correct.
I'm gigasawing right now. Let's
solar panels
go.
have two big problems: clouds and nighttime. If you take those solar panels and you put them in space, they get sun 24/7, 8 times as much energy, and they can beam it down to Earth using radio waves. Right? This is an idea from science fiction that's been laughably expensive for decades. The technology is not even that hard. We know how to do it. But launch cost was prohibitively expensive. Well, launch cost is coming down. We're down 20x from space shuttle days. In this decade, this will become the lowest cost baseload energy anywhere on Earth. Day and night, during a snowstorm, energy to the center of Africa, wherever you want it. Right? People don't know this is possible. This will happen soon. If that's not...
990 is talking about religion. I mean, it is like, you know, we'll go out and you have two kinds of missionaries. You have missionaries who offer their services and their resources unconditionally, and then you have missionaries who conditionally offer those services. There are probably 2 or 3 sects of Christians who will be non-evangelical, non-stingy, withholding of resources missionaries. My family comes from one of those sects. I'm not a Christian, but just know there are some sects of Christianity that give from their largesse without reservation, without condition. But most of them suck.
Not good enough. Just a little over a year ago, a team from right here at MIT.
Oh, let's talk about that. Cardboard Golem, yes. And actually we have a startup in Seattle who is working on this way of beaming energy down. This is the future. This is the only solar that can replace nuclear energy on our planet. And that would be fine, because then the Earth could be a giant refueling center for all of our spacecraft that need to fly around the solar system. So think about this. You're going to capture power and beam it down to the surface of the planet with low frequency radio waves, ultra low frequency radio waves. And that is going to power human civilization. But you need to launch, you need to configure it so that different receiving systems can take the energy, you need to work on the efficiency, and you need to not get people who freak out about 4G and radiation to stop freaking out about radio waves. Because they're going to freak out about it. They're going to say, oh, they're going to nuke our entire continent with energy from space, and they're going to freak out and soy about it, and they're going to say that it activates the next generation disease of whatever thing you're not allowed to mention on YouTube, because it's a conspiracy theory. And there's my countermanding facts there is I'm talking about conspiracy theories, and people are going to have conspiracy theories about space-based energy.
Ineffably expensive for decades, but launch cost really expensive, coming down. We're down 20x from space shuttle days. And this decade, this will become the lowest cost base load energy anywhere on Earth. Day and night, during a snowstorm, energy to the center of Africa, wherever you want it. Right? People don't know this is possible. This will happen soon.
Actually, it would need to be a constant attenuation with a very large antenna.
Papers explaining for the first time,
it'd have to be an enormous antenna to pick up the low frequency radio energy, because you need to capture like 50% of the wavelength or something in order to have 100% energy capture, I think.
We've been trying to figure out how to do it on Earth. And my whole life, I've always said the oldest joke in physics, which is that nuclear fusion is 20 years away and always will be. That changed a couple years ago.
No,
we now have
wrong.
No new science needed to make a fusion reactor. No new breakthroughs. We know how to do it. There's engineering work that's being done now.
We just need 100 to 1,000 times efficiency increase.
Needed to make this possible. In a couple more years, they'll build the first reactor to prove that it works end to end. If that works,
he's so adorable.
Your entire family for your whole lifetime of one glass of seawater. That's what's technically possible. Those are three ways that we could course correct for humans. We could do it over the next century. We could do it over the next few decades. Right? It's our choice. It's our choice. All these problems we have in the world, they start with energy. You solve energy, you solve a lot of other problems for free. You solve water, clean water. Right? We take it for granted. We're going to be fighting wars over water soon. Right? You solve waste. Recycling becomes economical. Right? You solve sanitation. You solve food. And I think most important to understand is that in this world, people fight over energy. Right? Why do we have a war in Ukraine? Why do we have all these other fucking wars? We're fighting over energy. If we can make clean, abundant, cheap energy for everyone on Earth, give them all 9 toasters like we take for granted, then people can get to fighting about dumb shit on Twitter like the rest of us. And that'll be a beautiful future. So anyway, Thanks for listening to me. Come hang out. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. That's all right. I mean, it was all right. I think that it could be better. But I thought it was a good talk. I like the optimism. Oh boy, isn't that... okay, so this is... like, social credit score is something that I am not 100% certain of. Okay, if you don't enforce traffic tickets, right? Like, how do you enforce traffic tickets in China? Social credit score. That's the first, like, when I was watching Serpent ZA, that's the first inklings that I had of, okay, this is a fair use of social credit score, because people drive like assholes. They, like, they will get in an accident and they don't want to pay for medical bills, so they run over the person again and again, so they're sure they're dead, because a dead person settles cheaper than a person who you have to pay medical bills for. Brutal, huh? And so, yeah, social credit score and traffic enforcement and all that stuff, you can make that argument for not being the worst thing in the world, but the application of social credit score is also party loyalty, is also things to do with freedom of speech and like, social decency, which should not be connected to the other things. Like, maybe you should have a right to be an asshole. I'll say it. It's like, there's nothing about society that means you have a right not to be an asshole. Like a negative right that prevents you from being an asshole. So, Like you can say, oh, this is my asshole free zone, and no assholes are allowed inside, and then you have a separate social credit score system to keep the assholes outside of your asshole free zone. But yeah. And like the traffic and petty theft and all that can be in a social credit score, and I'd be okay with that. I'm not super okay with it applying to not serious crimes. I'm okay with it applying to real serious things, petty theft, skipping out on your debts, but maybe that's like the Actually, no, wait. I cancel that. Skipping out on your debts should only have a financial penalty. I'm going to say it right now. Fuck capitalism. If you skip out on your debts, you should be able to live in a tent somewhere, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. And we just have to deal with it. As long as you are not an asshole about living in a tent, we should not bother those people. Everything else, stealing, maybe that can affect your social credit score, but we should also have state-provided basic nutrition. We should have state-provided basic housing. And only with those two things would I think a social credit score for things like theft and squatting might have meaning. Because unless those needs are provided, it's your right to have those needs provided. And we can't penalize you for trying to survive. So it's complicated. All right. Social credit score, stun lock. Let's marker that. Hey, I need a button. I just need to press a button. Yeah, cardboard. I'll go with you there. That is capital. See, the problem with that and the blue-collar crime, we do not punish blue-collar criminals nearly enough. We do not make them pay restitution. We do not make them servants of the state. We do not make them responsible for the harm they've caused. And that's a problem. Okay, this is interesting. This is
Everybody,
Zion.
Peter Zion coming to you from an exciting hotel room. Back on January 12th, so Wednesday of the last week, might be 2 weeks by the time you finally see this, who knows. The North Korean president said that they were keeping nuclear weapons as a possibility on the table for future strategic development.
Wait, South Korea? South Korea. Okay, fact check, please fact check this asshole. Debate over whether this country should acquire nuclear weapons. Okay, this is not talking about South Korea developing nuclear weapons. This is talking about South Korea hosting American nuclear weapons like Japan does. That's what this is about.
Now, this is a big no-no in international affairs, just kind of publicly flirting with the idea that, we might go nuclear, especially if the word Korea is involved. But you have to look at it from their point of view.
Please be normal. Peter, please be normal. We're not talking about developing nuclear weapons. You're soying out about it. Come on.
The United States has changed the way its military works. Back during the Cold War, when there really wasn't any other naval power out there, the United States maintained a relatively large destroyer fleet, and in doing so, we were able to patrol the global oceans for everyone. With the Cold War ending in '89 and the Soviet system collapsing in 1992, the world went different ways. And we saw a number of secondary powers start to rise, you know, your Chinas, your Brazils, your Indias, and so on. And the United States kind of declared that history was over, and it thought that the only strategic policy that we would need is to have a hammer to take out any country that might challenge what the World War II, post-Cold War order might be. So, you know, your odd Yugoslavias, or maybe your North Koreas. And in that sort of scenario, we changed the way our military worked. So we started having fewer destroyers and more aircraft carrier battle groups. So it was less about preserving the peace that we now thought had been achieved, and instead about making sure we had the military capacity to challenge anyone who would try to stick a knife in the eye of the system. At the same time, all these secondary powers started to have their own security policies independent of Cold War norms. And a number of countries started building out their navies, with China being at the very top of that list. So even if the United States could stomach the political cost of being involved in the world and being the global policeman, I would argue that the United States is no longer in a position where the balance of forces allow it to create an environment that's safe for global commerce. U.S. naval power is stronger than it's ever been, but it's also more concentrated than it's ever been. And ultimately, if you want the tens of thousands of tankers and container ships and bulker ships that ply the oceans every day to be able to pick up and drop off cargo wherever they need to, the 80 destroyers that the United States has now just don't cut it. They probably wouldn't have even cut it during the Cold War. And so instead...
Should retirement be taken away due to a mistake in adhering to social norms? No. You should not be... you should not be killed because you're an asshole. Hot take.
Instead, countries are starting to look at their own security environment and making...
Should you be restricted in terms of the profits that you've taken because you have broken too many traffic laws? Yes. You should not be able to be a successful capitalist and drive like an asshole because cars are dangerous.
Making decisions about whether they need to take independent action because they don't find that...
And I will include bicycles in that one. You should have negative social credit score impact for hitting people on your bicycle, for impeding traffic too much. But again, this is all predicated on the idea that we have basic nutrition and basic housing given to the public.
That the United States' security guarantees are worth what they used to be, and that's before you consider that they probably aren't worth what they used to be because the United States is moving on. So South Korea is...
No thought police. There's some thought police things that have been going around the political structure here in Twitch that I'm not going to comment on. But yeah, I'm anti-thought police, 100%. I will, at some point in the future, fully bite that bullet, but I'm not going to engage in all that content at the moment.
Is a country that clearly has a security need. It's sandwiched between North Korea, Japan, and China, all countries that it considers rivals to a certain degree. And it is the weakest military power of the four. Having nukes would be the great equalizer. And the Koreans have had nuclear civilian power for decades. They're certainly technologically competent, and I have no...
You are bullshitting right now. You don't know what you're talking about, Peter Zeihan. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We're not talking about South Korea developing nuclear weapons technology. You are full of shit. We're talking about a allied power like the United States or France hosting nuclear weapons in South Korea, which is the point of NATO. That's how NATO works. Is the US and France host weapons all across Europe so that Russia will not invade them. Because then there will be US military personnel ready to launch a nuke. This is like the biggest problem with Ukraine joining NATO. Not that there's going to be US military weapons involved in it. Doesn't mean that they're going to be able to do whatever. It means the practical terms is that it prevents the military conflict that exists today. That is what it is. The Russian invasion of Ukraine proves that NATO works. Because if there was a military invasion of a NATO power, that NATO power's US forces would launch a nuke. That's the reality of it. You are making shit up, Peter Zeihan. And I just minimized everything. Damn it. There we go.
no doubt that it would only take a few days to weeks for the South Koreans to build a crude nuclear device if they wanted to, and a deliverable weapon system in under a year, well within their capacity. And this is hardly a conversation that should be limited to South Korea. If you're going to consider the cost, economically, strategically, diplomatically, of going nuclear, you have to have two things. Number one, the technical capacity to build it out yourself. And number two, a strong strategic overriding reason to take the risk in the first place. Korea checks both columns very, very firmly. But so does Japan. And so especially does Taiwan. And there's no surprise here. This is shaping strategic realities for the Chinese when it comes to Taiwan. The unofficial battle plan for the Chinese, if they ever do decide they want to pull the trigger on Taiwan, is not to do a slow buildup over weeks like the Russians did when they were getting ready to attack Ukraine last February. No, the Taiwanese would see that, and they would use that time to build a few deliverable nuclear systems, and so the only way that Taiwan could theoretically fall is if it came at the loss of several Chinese cities. Do a slow buildup over weeks like the Russians did when they were getting ready to attack Ukraine last February. No, the Taiwanese would see that, and they would use that time to build a few deliverable nuclear systems, and so the
Taiwan does not have the ability to produce nuclear weapons. The IAEA would not allow it. You're making up bullshit, Peter. Oh my God.
only way that Taiwan could theoretically fall is if it came...
The U.S. battle group would move into the strait, and they would camp themselves out there so that any Chinese aggression would trigger a nuclear war. We're not talking about independent nuclear nations. How are you an expert on geopolitics? Oh my God.
...at the loss of several Chinese cities. So the unofficial plan in Beijing is to basically text all their soldiers, tell them to run to the closest port, hijack a fishing vessel, and just set sail. You know, you'll have 1 million casualties simply crossing the Taiwan Strait, but at least you don't lose a city that way. Outside of East Asia, there's...
I agree, 990. No landlords.
Plenty of other powers who kind of fall into these same two categories.
Neoliberal feudalism sucks.
If you're looking at anyone on the Russian periphery, obviously Ukraine wishes they had nukes at the moment, but if the West proves to be insufficiently united in dealing with whatever comes next in the Ukraine war, I can absolutely see an environment where Finland and Sweden and Poland all go nuclear. They all have the technology. They certainly all...
They already have nukes because they're in NATO! You clown! Oh my God.
...have the need. You could even toss Romania into that group. But the big one, the one that will really change everyone's strategic calculus, is Germany. Because any post-Ukraine...
Germany is in NATO!
...strong is one where the Germans know that in the end they're going to be fighting the Russians on the plains of Poland. And since the Germans have spent the last 60 years disarming, they absolutely do not have the military...
No! Oh my God!
...industrial plant in a short period of time in order to face down the Russians in number. The only way that they can buy time is by going nuclear.
Romania is in NATO. Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, all of them are in NATO. All of them could be hosting U.S. nuclear weapons. Where are U.S. nuclear weapons hosted in NATO? In Europe, France and the UK are the only countries with nuclear weapons. Together, they are estimated to have 550 nuclear weapons, 400 which are deployed. The US also has an estimated 100 nuclear warheads stored across Europe on air bases in Belgium, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Turkey. There it is. US air bases. All it takes is a US mobile missile area or a U.S. airbase or anything, any U.S. facility, any NATO facility that the U.S. has command structure within, you know, you basically trigger a Germany. There it is, Germany. Germany doesn't need to build nuclear weapons. Germany has nuclear weapons.
One final country to kind of toss into this mix, and that's Saudi Arabia. It's not that the...
Okay. Saudi Arabia and Iran and UAE, legit concerns. Okay, now we're finally getting to legit concerns about nuclear weapons.
The Saudis have the technical capacity to go nuclear. I mean, what are they going to do? Rub 2 molecules of oil together to get...
Yes, they have the capacity. Iran has the capability. They absolutely can. Wow, that is really racist, Peter Zeihan. Like, to imagine that the Saudis do not have the technical know-how when Iran does? Oof.
fission? No.
Soy!
But they do have really deep pockets, and I can totally see them walking into Islamabad, Pakistan, and writing a check and walking out with a few nuclear weapons. We are nearing a point.
They're not going to do that because we would catch them. You're a pinhead, Peter.
Again, with the United States no longer being involved in the region, we've withdrawn from the Middle East pretty much completely. We're nearing a point where the Saudis and the Iranians are going to be having a direct confrontation in the not-too-distant future. And when that happens, the Saudis can either take their fat, lazy population with absolutely no military skills and line them up in the desert and hope that it's enough, or they can use the Air Force, which is okay, and hope that bombing the advancing Iranian forces is enough, or they can brandish a nuke. So, bottom line, the countries that are most likely to go nuclear in the next several years are not the normal candidates, but the rationale stays the same.
Okay, he is only right about Saudi Arabia. What a dumbass. Oh, I like this one. Another press briefing from Rafael Grossi. Oh, I'll get to PyProd's news item too. What a joke. Green Party is a joke. German Greens go nuclear over call to renew NATO vows. Heated backlash among Germany's Greens. Do you actually want to be vulnerable to Putin's invasions? Do you actually want that? Do you want to invite complete capitulation to his military forces? Do you want to invite a conventional military attack? Exiting NATO is the number one way of achieving that. I do not like the status quo. I find the NATO status quo to be better than the alternative. The Green Party has been an agent of the old Russian KGB agents since its inception.
Okay, hello everybody.
This is the director of the IAEA.
Good evening. It's very good to see you again. So I come to the end of almost a week-long visit to Ukraine with lots of visits, technical visits, and just now a meeting with the president. So I'm at your disposal for any question that you may have. Thank you very much.
Raf Sanchez from NBC News. The Ukrainian government is warning the Russians may launch a fresh offensive potentially in the coming weeks. Have the Russians given you any assurances they will not attack power plants again like they have in the past?
Well, obviously, I do not consult with them on military operations. This would be completely out of my mission. But I am very clear about the absolute necessity to exclude nuclear facilities, nuclear power plants from any military action. This is, of course, a permanent message that I have for everybody.
And so Fred Plankin from CNN, first of all, what are the working, as far as the Zaporizhzhia power plant is concerned, what are the working conditions like for the IAEA staff that are on the ground there? Is it workable conditions? And then second of all, is there still enough qualified personnel there to control all those processes? Because you have heard that some of the Ukrainian personnel that was then basically taken over by the Russians has decided to leave.
Well, there are two issues there. To start with the last point that you're making, it is true that there has been quite a dramatic reduction in the number of staff. Normally, a facility like this has around 10,000 people working, and now we are down to 3,000, more or less. Of course, this may vary. It is sufficient to run the operation in the current conditions. You may be reminded that the plant is not producing energy at the moment. It is still operating at a very low regime that is needed, what we call in the jargon cold and hot.
Talking about copyright law 990, since the invention of global-wide social media, like it is, so that's related to the DMCA. That's the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. And so if you copy a film and put it on social media, the network that you just put it on, without the DMCA, they would be liable for copyright infringement. This is the section something 90, 291, I forget. Anyways, the Republicans freak out about it, think is the worst thing ever because it gives these networks limited immunity. And they don't understand that's the core feature of the DMCA, is that it allows social media happen with users that are possibly malicious. And so the alternative is, of course, oh, well, now you as a user are personally liable to that. And so the network operator is duty bound to take your content down when they are notified that your content infringes on copyright. That is different from the user's ability to have free speech on the network. Doesn't have any, I got to look this up, that duty to take down your content when it violates copyright has nothing to do with your so-called free speech on these networks. Section 230. That's what it is. So Section 230, and I'll have to look at this, the limited liability of Section 230 has nothing to do with free speech. It has everything to do with copyright. And so that's exactly what's going on when freaking Republicans soy out about Section 230, is they're being idiots. Oh, were movies used as a propaganda scheme? So here's where movies are used as a propaganda scheme. And I'll very briefly go into this. The United States military provides labor to Hollywood. They provide consultation when it comes to the use of weapons, the use of force, and the entire mechanism of how military and military conflicts operate. And as a requirement, as a contingency on that cooperation, you have to portray the U.S. military in a certain way. You can't be inaccurate, but you also can't be subversive. And so this is where there is propaganda coming from Hollywood and the film industry. It is because of the film industry's cooperation with the U.S. military in order to get that free consultation. That's what's going on there. It's not like a conspiracy theory. It's all there, right on paper. It's all written down. Back to the video.
Shut down the 6 reactors. So they do have the people to do this operation, but of course it is a source of concern. My technical staff is looking at this, including the ISAM's experts there on site. And regarding your first question on their conditions, they are fine. Of course, this is a facility that is under special circumstances, but they are fine and they can do their work correctly. I am in contact with them daily, several times a day.
I have a question. My question is about the permanent missions of International Atomic Energy Agency, when they will start to work at all stations, plants, and what they will do there.
Yes, of course. Well, they have started, with the exception of Khmelnytsky, which is going to start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But they have started. They are there already, and they have a long list of things that they need to do. You know, a nuclear power plant is a very big a place where there are many things that need to be checked. We are going through a number of activities that we are going to be working with of course, the Ukrainian regulator and also Energoatom. There is, apart from that, there are some issues related to supply chain. In the current conditions, it is very difficult sometimes to get replacements, pieces, equipment that are needed for the normal functioning of the plant. So we are looking at lists of equipment that Energoatom and the regulator have submitted to us, and we're going to be working to try to provide those. So each plant is different. Each plant has its different characteristics and issues, and this is why we have a permanent mission of experts at each one of them, so we can look into what is needed at every place, according to their needs, of course.
Director, we are almost a year into this war now. Can you just lay out the stakes here? How dangerous is this situation, a major conflict in a country with so many nuclear power plants?
Okay. The reporter asked, how dangerous is it? And he's going to answer, how risky is it? Because remember, his organization is not a health organization. It is not here to protect your health. It is here to protect their adherence to regulations. So he's not going to answer the question, is it risky to people? He's going to answer the question, is it risky to our regulatory adherence?
Well, the good side of the answer could be that almost a year after the beginning of a conflict, the first major conventional war waged on a territory that has a vast nuclear infrastructure, we've seen difficult moments. We had very difficult moments, challenges there, blackouts where the facilities were operating in emergency mode, and we saw the resilience of the system. This is very important. We saw that the regulator was well prepared. We saw that the staff at the plants was reacting in the way they should, and we are here. And this is the other thing. This, as any, I would say, war, it has a transformative effect, and we don't know exactly how it will affect us all in the end. But one thing I can say, the IAEA has changed. The IAEA has been doing and is being called to do things that one could have not imagined before. And also for us, it has been a challenge, and we are very, I would say, committed to continue doing what we are doing. I think the situation is very precarious, as I'm always saying. I'm very worried about Zaporizhia. I'm very worried. What you said in your first question is an element, but even without new offensives or new campaigns, it's always on the front line. And only today there were 2 major explosions in the vicinity. It was not at the plant itself, but we were in alarm, we were in contact. So we know every day that a nuclear accident or an accident having serious radiological consequences may take place any day. This is why I'm so concerned, and this is why I'm still saying, and I will continue to say it, the establishment of a protection zone around the plant is indispensable.
What's the...
Okay, did I call it? Did I call it or what? He is not a health official. He is not going to tell you the result if you ask him, well, what if it blows up? He can't answer that question. He's not an authority on health. That's not in his mission, as he said. He's going to tell you how risky the war is to his regulatory regime. Now, I do not mean that radiation is not a problem. I do mean that it's not as bad as you think.
Like dealing with Rosatom, is your relationship, is it cordial? Is it...
Oops. Down regime, plant is not producing energy, as you may call to do this operation, but of course it is a source of concern. My technical staff is looking at this, including the ISAM's experts there on site. And regarding your first question on their conditions, they are fine. Of course, this is a facility that is under special circumstances, but they are fine and they can do their work correctly. I am in contact with them.
Sorry, I skipped all around.
Several times
and I sneezed and I noticed my auto face tracking followed me.
My question is about the permanent missions of International Atomic Energy Agency, when they will start to work at all stations, plants, and what they will do there. Can you please...
Yes, of course. Well, they have started, with the exception of Khmelnytsky, which is going to start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but they have started. They are there already, and they have a long list of things that they need to do. You know, a nuclear power plant is a very big a place where there are many things that need to be checked. We are going through a number of activities that we are going to be working with of course, the Ukrainian regulator and also Energoatom. There is, apart from that, there are some issues related to supply chain. In the current conditions, it is very difficult sometimes to get replacements, pieces, equipment that are needed for the normal functioning of the plant. So we are looking at lists of equipment that Energoatom and the regulator have submitted to us, and we're going to be working to try to provide those. So each plant is different. Each plant has its different characteristics and issues, and this is why we have a permanent mission of experts at each one of them, so we can look into what is needed at every place according to their needs, of course.
Director, we are almost a year into this war now. Can you just lay out the stakes here? How dangerous is this situation, a major conflict in a country with so many nuclear power plants?
Well, the good side of the answer could be that almost a year after the beginning of a conflict, the first major conventional war waged on a territory that has a vast nuclear infrastructure. We've seen difficult moments. We had very difficult moments, challenges there, blackouts where the facilities were operating in emergency mode, and we saw the resilience of the system. This is very important. We saw that the regulator was well prepared. We saw that the staff at the plants was reacting in the way they should, and we are here. And this is the other thing. This, as any, I would say, war, it has a transformative effect, and we don't know exactly how it will affect us all in the end. But one thing I can say, the IAEA has changed. The IAEA has been doing and is being called to do things that one could have not imagined before. And also for us, it has been a challenge, and we are very, I would say, committed to continue doing what we are doing. I think the situation is very precarious, as I'm always saying. I'm very worried about Zaporizhia. I'm very worried. What you said in your first question is an element, but even without new offensives or new campaigns, it's always on the front line. And only today there were 2 major explosions in the vicinity. It was not at the plant itself, but we were in alarm, we were in contact. So we know every day that, a nuclear accident or an accident having serious radiological consequences may take place any day. This is why I'm so concerned, and this is why I'm still saying, and I will continue to say it, the establishment of a protection zone around the plant is indispensable.
What's it like dealing with Rosatom? Is your relationship, is it cordial, is it professional with you?
It's professional, as it should be, it's professional.
And we had heard some reports that the Russians possibly were thinking of essentially connecting Zaporizhzhia to their own power grid. Have you seen any?
No, I haven't seen anything to that effect. And if it was the case, our daily updates would report that, of course.
How are talks going about a protection zone?
Well, as I have been saying, I would love to come and tell you it's agreed. Everybody agrees on something, which I believe is important. The plant needs to be protected. There is no doubt about it. What I need, this is perhaps my challenge, because the parties are not negotiating with each other. It's the Director General of the IAEA putting forward proposals that are hopefully viable, that are reasonable, that are technically sound, and that they do not get into areas where it should not get, into the military operations or considerations, because of course that would be inappropriate.
That is super interesting. Think about that. This is an international governmental body, the IAEA. This is a UN, is that UN appointed? It is an international cooperating body that oversees a treaty. It oversees treaties like the, non-proliferation, no test ban treaty, comprehensive test ban treaty. That's what the IAEA oversees. And so that body is now telling one of the member nations of the UN, who is a member of the Security Council, stop fucking around. Or asking them, please stop fucking around. Please, we don't want you to fuck around anymore. Please, this is a problem for our regulations. We don't want you to fuck around. Please stop. And they're like just laying out the law, and so like if Russia doesn't do these things, are they in violation of a treaty? Yes. I think that's a really good case to say that, if Russia keeps fucking around in Ukraine and keeps fucking around these nuclear power plants, that they will be breaking nuclear treaties. That's really significant.
So this is what I'm doing. I continue to do that. I had a good conversation with the president about that. I am going to visit Russia soon, pressing for this. I think it's absolutely necessary.
Do you find a spirit of goodwill, of cooperation when you meet with Russian officials? Do you feel they wish to cooperate and achieve something here?
Well, your question is an interesting one, because it has a subjective element to it. Do I feel that they want to cooperate? I have a professional engagement with them. They know that when the IAEA is engaging and is asking and requesting objectively technical questions, that they have to comply with, because at the end of the day, we should not forget that the safety standards that we are trying to implement have been agreed by everybody. So until I have an indication that there is no engagement, I want to believe that the professional engagement is there. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not a value judgment. I'm not here attributing merit.
I'm not allowed to talk about the war. I'm only allowed to talk about nuclear safety. That's what he's doing.
Or lack thereof. But my professional engagement is absolutely necessary with them, as you may understand.
You pointed out that we have made it almost a year now without a nuclear disaster. Do you worry the world is becoming complacent about the threat?
Yes, I worry. That's an excellent point. I worry that this is becoming routine. that people may believe that, well, nothing happened so far. So is the Director General of the IEA crying wolf and nothing is happening? Well, it can happen.
No, but Greenpeace is crying wolf. You know, the Beyond Nuclear idiots are crying wolf. They're saying, oh, it could blow up any minute. Any shell, any stray shell could blow up the nuclear plant. No, that's not true. This dude is why it's not true. Because he's paying attention, because he's got a job to do.
Anytime. So, and my duty is to do everything I can to prevent that from happening. When we had Fukushima, we could blame Mother Nature. Who are we going to blame if something happens?
You blame Fukushima and TEPCO for ignoring all of our advice about how their seawall sucked, the generators shouldn't be below grade, you need to have batteries that wouldn't fail. The batteries worked in Daini, and Daini had a cable that they used to restore cooling power. But nope, they didn't have that in Daiichi. They didn't have beyond design basis response. And that is the lesson of Fukushima Daiichi.
I have been saying we need to do this. I have been saying this would be the consequences of a radiological accident. We need to avoid it while there is time. So I hope my call is heard. Well, thank you very much. I hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. Okay.
Asvinder is...
See if there's anything else that's really exciting before I move on. Oh, I want to hear about this.
We're here in Davos talking about world energy. And everybody's talking about energy and the energy transition and sustainability. But the number one source of energy in the world, over 80%, is fossil fuels. And it hasn't changed in 30 years. And then number two is hydro. Number three is nuclear. You'd think we would be really talking about nuclear because that's the second in line of the carbon-free sources. And then wind is well behind that, and solar is way behind that. But somehow it's not on the agenda. I don't see it here. People aren't talking about it. So we've brought our film here to try to educate and to try to break this wall of fear and ignorance about something that...
Nice. I wish they had shown Atomic Hope at Davos, but Oliver Stone has some better connections, of course.
It's really important.
Why do you think governments are hesitant to use nuclear energy?
For me, it's politics in the West. I mean, we have to realize that Russia and China are doing far more work on nuclear than America is falling way behind that. We froze up in the 70s, 80s. We didn't build after the 80s, after 3 Mile Island, and certainly Chernobyl. Chernobyl was the...
We finished Watts Bar 2, and we did start a couple of reactors, but we had an obstructionist at the NRC. Thanks, Greg Yatsko, for being an obstructionist who killed a couple of plants. I know there might have been some contractor malfeasance as well, but Greg Yatsko definitely did not help. Delayed permitting for over a year. What a scumbag.
Only really accident and nothing compared in the amount of deaths and damage to the other energy sources like coal, gas, oil, many more deaths from coal. But we fixated on nuclear energy because of nuclear war, and we always have confounded most average people confound the two. They don't realize that there's a huge difference in the way it's processed. The plutonium enrichment is much less. There's no chance of a nuclear explosion. But all these fears dominate the discussion.
Literally wouldn't have the climate crisis that we have had we stayed on track and where we were in the 1950s and 60s.
But we must add that obviously the nuclear industry gets stronger and stronger because they're allowed to work without too many regulations and insanities, and they develop. It gets better and better and better. Now we're really in a place where it's better than ever, and they're building all kinds of the big ones, they're building, and the small ones, the SMRs, and small modular reactors. Very effective.
It's all rooted in the idea that a tiny amount of radiation will do some terrible damage to the world.
It's
And of course,
harmful.
we're living in an amount of radiation here. It's flooding the room, and actually it's twice the average world background radiation because we're up at altitude in Davos. So you'd think we would all be terrified to have twice that radiation. And yet, when regulating nuclear power, the theory behind it is that the tiniest amount, if it's background radiation plus 1%, that's not allowable because that's going to harm people. It's completely not true. It's rooted in an idea from 60, 70 years ago that our DNA can't repair itself, and that any damage to DNA is permanent, cumulative, irreparable, and we now know that's not true.
Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, I want to clip that. Oh, I gotta clip that. That was a good one. I'm gonna have to go through my clips now and delete the one I accidentally created and rename that one because that was good.
It's a site that hasn't been seen in the US for over 30 years. A new
Oh, the B1M. We don't need to go autoplay. Come on. Oh yeah. Let's let me share that link.
We're here in Davos.
Oliver Stone at Davos. There you go. Isabel Boemke, someone's doing a short Terra Mater. What is this? If this is a good short, I'll follow.
Nuclear power is a big topic at the moment, and many news feeds are filling more and more with high-profile supporters. We've even got nuclear influencers these days, and they all say a version of the same thing.
Safe, clean, and green.
Nuclear energy is cool.
Nuclear energy is green, efficient, and safer than you might think. In short, it's our only way out. So I started wondering, what if their arguments are all true, and what if we say yes to nuclear energy? Would we actually be able to do it? Could we just simply switch to nuclear, and could we do it in time to save us? Nuclear power is...
Oh, what garbage. Yeah, so that's what this is. Why we can't go full nuclear yet? Yeah, I'm not even. This is an advertisement for this video. That's what that short is. I think I started to react to it. I could probably finish it. Should I follow them? All right, I will. Financial Times. No thanks. Already gone over that a bit. I don't expect anything new from them. Oh, okay. Let's do this.
A growing group of advocates claim we made a huge mistake turning
Thorium Mythbusters. Let's go.
Our backs on thorium, saying that it was abandoned because it wasn't good for making nuclear bombs, and that it's actually safer, more plentiful, and makes less waste than conventional nuclear plants using uranium. But how much of that is actually true? Let's dig a little deeper beyond the surface hype and find out what's really going on. Welcome everyone, my name is Michael, and if you're not sure what thorium is and how it compares to traditional uranium used in nuclear reactors, I put a link down in the description, but here's a quick recap. Thorium, like uranium, can be used in nuclear reactors to generate energy, that then typically spins a steam turbine and a generator to make electricity. From a practical, high-level perspective, the two are very similar and there's very little difference. The details are in the nuclear physics. Very simply, uranium undergoes the fission chain reaction directly. A uranium atom is struck by a neutron and fissions, releasing energy and additional neutrons that go on to strike other uranium atoms. Thorium, however, doesn't directly fission when it is struck by a neutron. Instead, it absorbs the neutron and converts itself into a uranium atom. Then when this new uranium atom is struck by a second neutron, it fissions and releases heat. This conversion process allows much more of the thorium to be used, which means much less mining and much less waste, one of the biggest downsides of using nuclear energy in general. This sounds great, and proponents of thorium tout it as just one of the many benefits, arguing thorium has been an underappreciated and ignored path of the nuclear industry for many years.
True. This is a myth, yeah.
The 1950s and 60s saw the US under substantial pressure from the international competition in the field of nuclear power. The UK got the first full-scale commercial nuclear power plant in 1956 at Calder Hall, and the Soviet Union anticipated it would have multiple plants generating thousands of megawatts from a variety of different designs. In order to stay competitive, the US Atomic Energy Commission kicked off the Power Demonstration Reactor Program, which provided government funding for private companies to make nuclear power a commercial reality. This included a variety of designs, including thorium, which in 1962 was loaded into the first cycle at Indian Point, a plant not too far north of New York City. However, the second core a year later abandoned thorium and was replaced with conventional uranium. But why? The answer was given in 1963 at the International Atomic Energy Agency's Conference on Operating Experience. When asked directly, "Can you tell me why you changed your plant over from a thorium to a uranium cycle? Is the reason purely economical, or did you expect trouble from the use of thorium?" The reason is purely economical, and we did not expect to have any trouble with the thorium cycle. It is hoped that by the time the third core is installed, we will be down to a cost which is going to be comparable to some of our other plants. 10 years later, in 1973, a group of private companies was again looking at thorium reactors and found that a demonstration plant using molten salts was worthwhile. But the technological uncertainties would need to be resolved and decision points reached that would permit development to proceed with the necessary confidence.
Okay, so he's being pretty accurate here. I like it. It's implied that 3 Mile Island used molten salt thorium, but he didn't really say it, but it did not. It used solid thorium, and yes, the solid thorium is a option. You know, you can breed it just like you breed U-238, and as I said earlier in the stream, conventional reactors do breed U-238 into plutonium-239. It's an additional production of energy that happens in a standard reactor. So he's being accurate here, but I just wanted to add that context.
Basically, they were unsure how well it would actually work, and if it was worth the investment. The consortium also identified a number of factors which tend to limit further industrial involvement, such as commitments to existing designs, lack of investment in supplying...
Wait, commitment to existing designs? Yeah, and that does relate to the weapons industry. Unfortunately, it does. So, while it's technically a myth, it is also slightly plausible. It is like there's a lot of infrastructure that comes with the development of uranium assets, and you get a lot of those assets at a discount because they were developed for the weapons program.
Thorium fuel, the overwhelming experience in operating existing designs, which was comparatively lacking to thorium liquid salt designs, and the less advanced state of these new designs, and lack of clear solutions to known major technical challenges.
All true.
So there were a number of significant technical and financial uncertainties, with no clear answers available, which made proceeding very risky. But what about bombs? While thorium reactors generate essentially zero plutonium, the material of choice for most nuclear weapons, they do excel in making another, tritium, particularly if they're using molten salt fuels. Thorium reactors may not produce one specific type of weapons material.
Tritium is made from a neutron source. Any neutron source will make tritium.
But they produce a lot of another. So, did development of thorium reactors stop because they couldn't make bombs? No. Like we saw with Indian Point abandoning thorium after one cycle and a consortium of eager private companies,
Indian Point, not
it
3
came
Mile.
down to the money.
My mistake.
thorium was more complex,
Yeah, mostly
had
it
more
is true.
technical challenges,
Mostly the money.
and wasn't cost competitive compared to the uranium designs. So this one is busted.
90%. Yeah.
One of the main interests in thorium from the beginning was the fact that people were worried about the available supplies of uranium running out if a whole bunch of big new nuclear reactors were built. Adding thorium as a fuel source could diversify the supply, and even better since there should be more thorium available to mine compared to uranium. On average, there is about 3 times the amount of thorium in the Earth's crust compared to uranium, so in the strict technical sense, this is confirmed. However, we need to look beyond just the average numbers. Like uranium, thorium is not evenly distributed around the world. That means it's not useful if it's difficult or impossible to mine. In the case of thorium, it is not really extracted on a commercial scale, but more as a byproduct of other rare earth element recoveries. Because thorium is not the primary target of mining on a large scale, estimates of available thorium reserves are difficult to quantify. Nonetheless, despite the fuzzy numbers, the NEA and the IEA have estimated the world's economically mineable thorium reserves to be around 6.3 million tons, which is only slightly more than the much better known uranium reserves at 6.1 million tons. These figures are normally given on the low side, which in the case of thorium means that further exploration or improvements in mining, the material could increase further. Still, even doubling the available fuel for nuclear fission reactors using both uranium and thorium presents a pretty big advantage. One alternative and potentially useful source of uranium and thorium is in the oceans, where the dissolved elements can be filtered from the water. In the oceans, however, uranium is much more concentrated. There is about 82,000 times more uranium than thorium, or about 4.6 billion tons of it compared to only 56,000 tons.
Ocean reserves. Oh, you don't get thorium from the oceans. We also don't get uranium from the ocean. We can get it, and when the uranium price goes high enough, we will get it from the oceans. But then we have conventional thorium, and we have the thorium that's a waste product. So we want more monazite sands in order to produce, monazites come with rare earths, and we need rare earths for so much stuff. So yeah, we're going to have plentiful thorium for a long time. So I disagree slightly about this, but I think he's being mostly accurate. Yeah. These are half myths. These are half myths.
Tons of thorium. At this time, ocean extraction is not competitive to mining on land, but there is always the possibility that may change in the future. So this one, in the strictest sense, is confirmed. There is, on average, 3 times the thorium available for mining on land. But there isn't 3 times the amount that is known for economical extraction, at least not without further exploration for deposits.
Oh, big caveat here.
This really depends on 2 things. First, what is considered safe, and second, what elements make up the nuclear waste. Nuclear waste, particularly spent nuclear fuel, is dangerous when it is first removed from the reactor because it is highly radioactive, giving off various radiation that requires it to be covered or buried to protect it from people in the environment. Over time, though, the radioactivity declines until eventually it is about the same level as it was when we dug it out of the ground. This is a good way to define whether it is safe, when it reaches the same level of radioactivity as it was when we mined.
Oh, come on, no. That's safe in like the pedant meaning of the term. Sigh.
Find it out of the Earth. The length of time it takes for nuclear waste to return to this, though, depends on the amount and types of elements in the waste. Some become less radioactive more quickly, within a few minutes or hours or days. Others take 10, 100, or thousands of years. Uranium and thorium fuel will create different waste products, which means they will behave differently. Under ideal conditions, thorium creates fewer of the very long-lived radioactive waste products compared to uranium. These are the elements that stay radioactive for tens of thousands of years. Since thorium creates less of these elements, it substantially reduces the amount of waste and length of time that the waste from thorium is dangerous. It also means that thorium waste can be about 10 times less radioactive when it comes out of the reactor. All this makes it much easier to store and handle compared to traditional uranium waste. However, after about 10,000 years, the radioactivity levels of both uranium and thorium are actually about the same. But for times less than 10,000 years, which is the time frame we are probably most concerned about.
my comrade.
Thank you for the follow. I just need to... Thorium, plutonium, that's a solid fuel cycle. Oh, got him. he's not being accurate on this one because this is a different fuel cycle.
After about 10,000 years, the radioactivity levels of both uranium and thorium are actually about the same. But for times less than 10,000
Scatterfron,
years,
thanks.
which is the time frame we are probably most concerned about, the thorium provides a significant waste advantage. It is also unfair to say that this benefit is unique to thorium. The comparison works well for uranium waste from traditional reactors, like the majority that are operating today. But just like there are designs that have been demonstrated using thorium, there have also been designs demonstrated using uranium that are just as effective at essentially eliminating the very long-lived elements
Carpet
from
Packs?
the waste. One more thing to
How's it
consider
going?
is that not all thorium reactor designs run
You
purely
should
on
get a
thorium.
VIP here.
Many designs use thorium supplemented with uranium in order to ensure sufficient power can be generated. Under these conditions, the very long-lived waste products will still be generated by the uranium, essentially undoing any short-term waste advantage given by the thorium. So our myth is technically confirmed, but needs to be slightly modified as to not be so misleading. Waste from purely thorium reactors is safer after 500 years compared to traditional uranium reactors, since similarly advanced uranium reactors achieve the same thing, and after 10,000 years it's all about the same anyways.
Yeah, and really what we're talking about is the advantage of the thorium MSR. And a molten chloride uranium reactor also has a similar advantage. So I guess I got to give it to him, that one. Yeah, it's a lot of technical yes, no, but it's really difficult. And there is a hope that will bring us to a better reactor. And the thing about thorium is that it gets people to think about these problems. And if you're not thinking about these problems, you can't solve it.
Most nuclear weapons are created by either uranium or plutonium. The first bomb dropped on Hiroshima, Japan was a uranium design, and the second on Nagasaki was a plutonium design, which ended up being the preferred material. As a uranium reactor runs, it produces plutonium as a byproduct of its operation. This plutonium is naturally consumed while the reactor runs and actually helps the plant produce more energy. It is also possible to take the fuel and separate out the plutonium in a very pure form and reuse it in the reactor. It is also possible that the plutonium could be used to make a nuclear weapon. That's what's called nuclear proliferation, and it is to be avoided. In a pure thorium design, due to the nuclear physics, it is essentially impossible to generate any meaningful plutonium. However, thorium reactors work first by converting the thorium into uranium, and then using that uranium as the actual energy source. Just like it was possible to separate out the plutonium, it is possible to pull out the relatively pure, freshly converted uranium from a thorium reactor. This is not a bug, but actually a feature. A number of the thorium reactor designs rely on this uranium extraction method to operate efficiently, separating out the uranium and then reinserting it into the reactor to make more energy. The fact that plutonium is typically used in weapons is more historical than anything, mostly because of the uranium-plutonium.
No. There's no better weapons material than plutonium. Carpe, this is Star Trek Fleet Command. And it is a really money-hungry mobile game that you can play on PC. It has a really good PC client. I wish it had a Mac client so I could play it on my Mac laptop. Be much better. Hint, hint. Click the compiler flag that lets you publish on the Mac M1. Please click that compiler flag. There might be a little bit more work, but it's mostly just a compiler option. So, yeah. It's really money hungry, and I go back and forth about guilt for having spent a few bucks on this. But it's good. It's got a decent PvP. It's got nice progression. I don't super recommend it. It's super grindy. I've got like a little bit of a sunk cost feeling that I'm starting to get now, but it keeps me alive, I guess, because what do? New chatter. What do? Yeah, right. See, sunk costs. Like one day, I'm gonna like look at all the money that I spent on this game, and I'll be like, I am doing more damage to myself by continuing to play this game. Oh, Pafagba, thanks to the follow. I think that imperialism is bad, no matter whose side you're on. I think that you can soy out about Ukraine being bad and America being bad, but it is really, really bad that Ukraine got invaded. So, just stop fucking around, Russia. Just stop fucking around, okay?
Route that was followed first. In 1966, Lawrence Livermore National Lab, one of the early nuclear weapons facilities in the US, stated,
I'm sorry I'm so normal. I mean, Twitch streamers be normal challenge level impossible.
Uranium-233 has been shown to be highly satisfactory as a weapons material, and if the existing weapons designs were based on uranium-233, Lawrence Radiation Laboratory would have no interest in switching to plutonium, meaning the only reason that
okay. That's a lot of ifs, isn't it? So check this out. If we had a large amount of clean U-233, that means U-233 with no other isotopes mixed in. That's the big caveat. And so, yeah, okay.
Lawrence Radiation
I see where he's going with this.
Laboratory would have no interest in switching to plutonium, meaning the only reason that they are using plutonium for weapons is because they were developed first. To emphasize this point, in 1955, the US successfully set off an experimental uranium-233 bomb as part of Operation Teapot. The test was generally a success, but not pursued any further. It's not that thorium reactors can't make materials for bombs, quite the opposite. It's just that there is less experience and no desire to go back and develop new ones, which...
And also that the fission products put off hard gammas, and you're going to have a hard time eliminating all of those isotopes. So it's a bit of a mess. Yes, you could probably do it. So I'll go with the streamer on this one. He's not doing bad.
Could be expensive and politically questionable. So this one is busted.
Yeah, it is. And Nick Turan would say the same thing.
Safety is always at the top of the list when it comes to nuclear plants. Previous accidents at 3
He's going to mix up
Chernobyl,
solid and
Fukushima
molten
have
fuels
demonstrated the need
again,
for
isn't he?
proper design and safe operations. While today's operating nuclear plants have a very good safety record, most rely on complex safety systems and operators to take actions at the right time. There are certain things that can be done to improve this, such as passive safety systems that don't require the operators to do anything. Thorium reactors are often designed using liquid fuel that is pumped through the reactor. Liquid fuels offer more efficient energy extraction.
I have an excellent science and engineering background. I went to school for computer science, but I don't have any engineering discipline in the traditional sense. I think that traditional engineering discipline is much more rigorous than computer science.
Improved heat transfer, and perhaps most importantly, can be operated at low pressures, close to the pressure you might find in your kitchen faucet, compared to the upwards 150 times the atmospheric pressure routinely used in traditional reactors. This means the heavy and expensive piping and reactor vessels are much simpler to manufacture and construct. It also means that if there's a leak, radioactive steam won't explode outward because the liquid fuel is operating at a much more manageable pressure. Liquid thorium reactors can also be designed in such a way that if the temperatures get too hot or power is lost, a simple drain plug will melt, causing the normally liquid fuel to literally drain out of the reactor and disperse into tanks where it can be passively cooled indefinitely. This requires no operator action and allows the design to be inherently safe through simple physics. Another feature is that the volatile fission product gases can be pulled out online and contained separately, meaning there is much less buildup of dangerous radioactive material that could be released. The only problem with these features, better fuel utilization, improved heat transfer, low pressure automatic drain plugs, and separating out fission products, is these are not unique to thorium reactors, but features of a design for molten salt reactors. And molten salt reactors can be just as easily fueled by uranium and get the same benefits. Because many thorium reactor designs are also molten salt reactors.
Yeah, but you could be a nuclear engineer and work in fusion, right? Right? So you're not bad because I'm a nuclear engineer. I work in fusion. You could sort of bullshit that. But yeah, I know. I'm messing with you.
Reactor designs, proponents tend to mix the benefits. This doesn't mean that it isn't true. It just means that
I think nuclear engineering is definitely like a little reviled in Europe, especially in Germany. And even France, like people who worked in the nuclear industry that come here and are environmental activists, they almost don't like to say, oh yeah, France is great because it's nuclear, but
benefits might be coming from the advanced reactor design, not the fact that it is using thorium. So on its own, this one is busted.
Mormon cold fusion, would that be like fusion, like soaking, like tritium soaking? Let's do that. Tritium soaking. Yeah.
There's a lot of misleading information surrounding thorium, which is a shame because it does have...
You just put them together for long enough and they eventually... Woo! That's tritium soaking. You just put them together. And if they're together for long enough...
have a number of real benefits, like expanding the potential sources of fuel that can be used. And in countries like India that don't have a lot of natural uranium, but a whole bunch of thorium, it looks like it could be a long-term solution.
Yeah, it is difficult to separate the fissile and fertile isotopes in uranium, but sort of the chemical kidney process, I think theoretically, like molten chloride uranium reactor is the second Bill Gates reactor project. Does not get any press at all, but I know it exists. There's a molten chloride uranium reactor, not different from Edfile and his product. So it's you've got to look for it. It'll be cool when we see it start to get more press.
Solution. So check out this video to find out what's really happening with thorium and changing the way we think about nuclear. Subscribe if you want to get more content like this, and thanks for watching.
Hey, that was pretty good. Let's share that. I thought he was great. Is he referencing what is nuclear? He does, yeah. Yep. That's why. Yeah, I would probably argue with Nick a lot about his thorium. Like he's very balanced on thorium, and he's Nick is an engineer. So I got to give it to him. That video is all
a growing group of advocates.
This has got very good technical bones, but maybe he puts different emphases on it than I would because of my preferences, and so like Nick's preferences are showing through in here because that's the source material. So yeah, that is Atomic Blender. And so Atomic Blender's channel, making sense of energy, technology, and financial impacts on the world, climate, politics, with an interest in nuclear energy. Wonderful. Started a month ago. Weekly uploads. Yeah, check this out. Check out Atomic Blender. Weekly uploads, looking really good. I'm gonna put him on. I'm gonna get notifications for this dude. Very cool. Save that one for later. What is next? What is next? Oh, there's Energy Bants. Yeah, let's listen
Coal
to Energy
plants
Bants.
around the world are not receiving the necessary investments to stay online. As coal plants retire in the West,
I'm just going to let you watch
a
this.
big hole in the market for that electricity. We're seeing very high prices for electricity into the far future. For futures contracts across Europe, we're seeing electricity prices at levels that would make nuclear plants extremely profitable with even basic competency in building them in Europe. That's special.
AFK
what
quick.
are the reasons that there is a sea change going on now in nuclear that may, and I'm not trying to offer investment advice, just wanting people to understand the titanic forces in play that are bringing back nuclear, but that may lead to a different 2023 than 2013. Here's a big one. Although countries say they care about carbon, there is some limit to how much they're willing to suffer. So, for example, Germany says carbon, but they shut off nuclear first and keep their coal plants. They'll buy carbon indulgences if they need to. They'll buy up the natural gas that was headed to developing countries around the world, and they'll burn it instead. And if they need to just put their carbon goals later, they'll do that. That is a dangerous situation for nuclear, because nuclear is the only firm, reliable, climate-proof baseload electricity technology. I know there are some people out there very smart that say that you don't need baseload electricity, you don't need stable generation anymore, because you can just make people turn down or turn up their own consumption of energy to match the weather, the sun or the wind. But what we're seeing in Germany is that's not quite true. They're just keeping and burning their fossil fuels. However, coal plants around the world are not receiving the necessary investments to stay online. As coal plants retire in the West, it's leaving a big hole in the market for that electricity. We're seeing very high prices for electricity into the far future. For futures contracts across Europe, we're seeing electricity prices at levels that would make nuclear plants extremely profitable with even basic competency in building them in Europe. That's special. I just saw some recent news that in Turkey, a country that sort of straddles in many ways Asia, developing country, advanced nation. I mean, it's right there in the center of things, Turkey is. Well, they're getting a Russian nuclear plant that only started construction in, I think it was late 2017, early 2018. That's when the official construction started. They're hoping to start up the reactor this year in 2023, meaning Russia is exporting a reactor that even during this war is getting finished at a speed 5 years that would make it investable if we in the West could build reactors of the same technology at that speed. Can we? Maybe. People talk about advanced reactors a lot. I hate the term, but if people are going to use them, I guess I'll use them too. There are designs for reactors that have advanced features, either safety or lower staffing needed or higher temperatures produced, and often these reactors are smaller. In a way, it's rebooting Western construction, you might say, to start with the small reactors we used to be capable of building 50 years ago and using that to learn how to rebuild nuclear.
Mark, one of the arguments that I hear a lot from institutional investors is that the average construction speed in Asia of nuclear power plants is much better than it is in the West. The latest example we have of a construction in Europe being taken into operation is the one in Finland, correct me if I'm wrong. And it took quite a long time to actually finish that project, right? But relative to the speed that we see in China and South Korea, two of the regions that have actually added marginally to their amount of operational reactors in place, is quite devastating to watch from the West, right? So is this a consequence of us not building nuclear power plants over the past couple of decades. Is that why we're so slow?
Yes, absolutely. It's not because our plants are safer, we're more careful. It's because we are less skilled, and we lost a generation that was experienced at building nuclear plants. Imagine how experienced construction managers are with Rosatom, the state Russian energy corporation. They're exported reactors just now, and in the last few years, they're exporting and have completed reactors in Iran, in India, in China. Russia is building in China, in Bangladesh, in Turkey now. They're starting plants in Egypt. They're almost done with plants in Belarus. They've got an immense amount of experience across many different languages in getting plants built, maybe 8 or 9 years at first, and then 7, and then 6. And if they keep to this schedule in Turkey, that's game changing. 5 years for a developing nation to get a state of the art Russian nuclear plant. That's insane. So yeah, I agree. It's been a little disturbing to be a Westerner watching us get wrecked, and not because they have secret technologies. It's just because of being able to manage construction projects, complicated construction projects well. And it's not because of, say, unsafe conditions for workers, right? So I saw news stories come out when a single worker was killed on the Bangladesh, working on the Bangladesh plant. Andreas, we've got workers get killed just in like driving accidents, say in Western reactors under construction, where it's very unfortunate. That people drive fast, and it's just.
He's actually maybe he's misidentified, but the last one that I can actually remember is 3 Mile Island 1 had a worker die in the loading dock because of a driving accident.
Immense construction projects are difficult to manage safely. It's an obsession in the engineering industries because nobody wants to see a worker get hurt. It's very bad for needing to compensate workers. It's bad for morale, slows down everything, brings a lot of negative media attention. There's reasons beyond just the life of our fellow man to not have it. And as far as I can tell, construction is nearly as safe in developing countries getting Russian and Chinese reactors as it is over here. So then the reactor technology, I've heard Western reactor not really experts, but nuclear people say, oh, I'm sure they're building it fast because the reactors aren't as good. That's bullshit. A lot of it is in the quality of operations, and quality of operations is pretty level around much of the world because of the extreme peer pressure and the voluntary quality organizations that almost every country involved in nuclear participates in to get exacting, demanding investigations from around the world in your plant, issuing reports, helping you make changes to meet global standards of reliability and performance. So I don't see these 5 and 6 year constructions as being due to inferior technology. It's because they have practice, and some of the practice is because the states have been interested in nuclear. But that's what we're seeing here, Andreas. We're seeing, say, the French nation, the French state suddenly decide they need to get better at nuclear and need to start building more. The Brits, the reason nuclear is being built at all here is that there's pretty much uniform opinion across the British elite that they need to have nuclear being built. And these massive projects are really state-backed in the end, because they're of state importance. That should make investors a little uncomfortable to hear, because if it relies on the state, it can die by the state, right? Nations, governments can become distracted, or they might be taken over, hijacked by green parties, which is the reason why we're still losing nuclear plants in the middle of a generational energy crisis in Europe. Andreas, not to get too distracted, but we're about 3 weeks away from losing a 1,000 megawatt plant in Belgium, at the heart of the European energy crisis.
Terrible.
And it's being shut down.
Why isn't Greta Thunberg protesting at Tehing, this Belgian plant that Mark's talking about? It's literally like less than 100 miles from the coal that Greta was protesting. But she's not going to talk about it. She's not going to acknowledge if that Belgian plant would go on, we would be digging less coal.
Pretty young plant is being shut down for no particular reasons except to meet the scheduled phase out of all of Belgium's reactors in the next 36 months. So if there's the risk.
Yeah, they're going to try to replace it with gas, but when that gas gets expensive, oh, you better believe the coal is going to keep flowing.
If government's turning against it. I know I'm actually trying to get all the negative out of the way here because governments are also turning towards it. Strongly pro-nuclear parties are smashing up recent elections. In Italy, strongly pro-nuclear politicians have taken power. In Sweden, strongly pro-nuclear politicians have taken power. One of the big changes in nuclear over the last year is that the Koreans are back. The Koreans, some of the best builders of nuclear plants on planet Earth, they are back with a vengeance after a 5-year gap of an anti-nuclear president trying to destroy their exports, destroy their nuclear build programs, shut down their existing nuclear. That's gone. And they're back and they're pitching very compelling deals to build Korean reactors across the world. So what's our response going to be? What I expect we're going to see, especially as young people continue to replace older anti-nuclear folks in both the polls, in voting, and in government, it's being seen in polling showing that even anti-nuclear people are becoming pro-nuclear across Europe. Eventually, that's going to be reflected in election results. And those nations are going to get very serious about energy crises like the ones we're seeing, about dependency on foreign natural gas. And the only solution that's right there in front of their face, that's been demonstrated over decades, is large-scale nuclear programs.
We hope you...
That was great. I endorse that. Mark Nelson, really good guy, actually knows Russian, like he was a Russian history major. He knows his Russian, or not major, or he studied Russian history and nuclear engineering. He knows a lot. Really good person to follow. And this is Real Vision Finance. Is there anything else to react to? Early stage investor. Everyone's yay uranium, yay uranium. I don't know. I think it might. Is it too late? No, if I was going to invest in something right now, it would be uranium enrichment in US, Canada, Australia, and everything outside the CIS region for uranium enrichment is going to be going wild. All right. No, not Lex Friedman. What's this one?
As every nuclear thing you've ever heard of. First, there's fission versus fusion, and then there's controlled versus uncontrolled. Fission means breaking a big atom, like uranium, into smaller atoms. Little mass gets lost, energy is released. Fission uncontrolled, that's an atomic bomb. Fission controlled,
no, that's not how it works.
Nuclear power.
That's okay. Not controlled versus uncontrolled. You could say prompt critical versus subcritical, or prompt, don't say controlled versus uncontrolled. Say critical, prompt critical, and subcritical. That's what you say.
It's generating electricity right now. Fusion means smashing smaller atoms, like hydrogen or helium, together to make a larger atom. Little mass gets lost, even more energy is released. Fusion uncontrolled can be used to make another kind of.
And okay, so not controlled versus uncontrolled, it is sustainable versus finite. And so if you have a sustained fission reaction, it goes on for a long time. If you have a finite fission reaction, it goes up like a bomb and it's over.
Bomb, the hydrogen bomb. These have been tested by multiple countries but never actually used in war. And this box, controlled fusion, that's the one that we don't have yet, but we can
They have been used in tests. Castle Bravo.
Actually do it, and I'll explain this in another video. Here's how to organize every nuclear thing you've ever heard of. First, there's fission versus fusion.
Do not endorse.
Is settling in, and Europe is facing an energy crisis. It is a good time to warm yourself with some heated arguments. Why did this happen? How could we have avoided it? Since Europe's trusted dictator in the east has stopped providing gas and oil, Europe needs to find alternatives post-haste. With the wisdom granted with hindsight, people tend to agree that we should have moved away from fossil energy in a quicker fashion.
Yeah, I like that. Like if you say uncontrolled, it does sound like any idiot could do this, and that's not real. That's not how that works. Come on, sorry.
But what should have replaced these nasty polluting plants is the issue. Many people say that renewable energy production is the solution to this problem, and that has been the popular option. For example, Germany has invested heavily on renewable sources, mainly on wind and solar energy. Renewable energy sources are nice in the sense that they do not produce pollution as they churn electricity. According to some estimations, they are the cheapest form of energy production to build, although the cost comparison between energy production methods is extremely complicated, so a grain of salt is needed here. And since there is so much interest in renewable energy sources, they are going to get more efficient and reliable in the future. But of course, there are some negatives in renewable energy forms, like the space they require, waste from the old equipment,
oh, look at that.
Windmills acting as death traps for flying creatures, and by far, the greatest trump card for those who oppose these energy forms. They do not give constant power. The sun doesn't shine all the time, and there are times when there is no wind. What makes this even more problematic is that in the northern parts of the world, where there is a tendency to be cold, in these cold days, renewable sources do jack shit. So I would say that the wind of change is not blowing strongly enough for us to fully rely on renewables, at least for the time being. Because increasing the amount of fossil fuel usage is not seen as an optimal solution because of climate change and all that, and renewable energy production is not stable enough to fully rely on. There seems to be one solution for this problem: nuclear energy. With nuclear energy, you can boil water without emitting carbon to the atmosphere, and uranium can be splitted even when there is no wind and it's cloudy. With these things in mind, nuclear energy seems to be a really good option to power our society. But the amount of nuclear power in the Western world has gone down. The public image of nuclear energy was quite bad for a long time, and not without a reason. During the Cold War, there was quite a strong fear that the world would go out in a bang as the two superpowers would nuke the shit out of each other. So the whole nuclear thing had a bad reputation, although a nuclear power plant can't cause a nuclear explosion, and is statistically one of the safest forms of energy production. However, nuclear power has had its fair share of PR catastrophes, that were at the same time catastrophes. The latest one, Fukushima in 2011, spooked the world to close nuclear power plants. Germany, for example, pretty much immediately shut down half of its plants and is planning to retire the rest of the bunch. But if we look past these Black Swan events into the regular ones, the most obvious problem environmentalists have with nuclear power is the nuclear waste it produces. Now, it is true that nuclear waste is quite dangerous, as it remains radioactive for thousands of years, and thus you can't leave it laying around. However, unlike with fossil fuels, you can actually control where the emissions go, and there are quite viable options to store nuclear waste, like the Onkalo in Finland. Since renewables are often criticized for their unreliable nature because of nature, I think that it is fair to point out that nuclear energy is by no means a matter that is immune to the weather. The powerhouse of nuclear energy, France, is having problems with its nuclear power plants.
Oh, come on. This is a voluntary, this is a safety thing that they're doing it voluntarily because we had an excess of hydro. Okay. Soy.
Because of the extreme temperatures that are heating the rivers, which are...
That's not safety. That's not safety, that's ecological.
...used for the cooling of these plants. And because of the catastrophic nature of a nuclear meltdown, these
No!
plants cannot
This is not to avoid a nuclear meltdown. It's now
be used on full capacity. But in
Full
the grand
soy.
scheme of things, this is nothing compared to the unreliability of renewable sources. And France's nuclear power plants are facing more critical challenges. So operating a nuclear power plant can cause a few issues, but before you can even worry about those, you need to actually build a nuclear power plant. The building process can be quite challenging, as we will see in a moment. In addition, the process is, understandably, heavily regulated, and the whole nuclear thing is
literally
usually
used a
unleaded by
Simpsons
politically,
cartoon. Come on.
meaning that even making the decision to build more nuclear power is challenging. So building nuclear power is easier said than done, and we can use Finland as our example. The early 2000s were a good time for nuclear energy in Finland, in a sense that there were a lot of plans for nuclear power production. But these plans were by no means unanimously decided, as for example, the Green Party got their knickers in such a twist when the construction of a nuclear power plant was decided that they left the cabinet. Twice. Nevertheless, in 2014, there were 4 operating nuclear power plants in Finland, 1 under construction and plans to build 2 more. Fast forward to the year 2023, and there are 4 operating power plants, 1 still under construction, and no plans to build more. So what went wrong? Let's start with the easiest one. Olkiluoto 4 was supposed to start operations in 2018, but since Olkiluoto 3 was starting to be a colossal clusterfuck, it was cancelled. Hanhikivi 1 was in the middle of getting a construction permit, and the construction of the plant was supposed to start in 2023. The plant was supposed to be built in cooperation with Russians, so it is pretty easy to see why these plans were aborted. And now we move to the big one. The construction of Olkiluoto 3 began in 2005, and it was planned to be complete in 2009. But the constructions didn't go as planned, and the first delay was announced in 2007. The new estimate for the completion of
First
the
of
plant
its
was
kind, of
2011.
course.
Delaying a construction project of this magnitude is expected and natural.
Yep.
But delaying it 20 times is starting to feel like an overkill.
After that, it was delayed because of
for the delays,
regulatory.
unrealistic expectations,
Come on.
decrease in skilled labor, lack of experience in project management, and the sheer size and complexity of this project. The current estimation for when Olkiluoto 3 will start commercial production is March of 2023. If a project has been delayed 20 times, it surely hasn't been a good thing for the budget.
But it's
Yet,
actually partially online now.
It's starting to be quite expensive. In fact, it is in the top 10 of
Isn't
most
it?
expensive buildings in the world. And speaking of this list, one would think that it would be an architectural rig measuring contest and the top end of the list would be filled with skyscrapers. But according to Wikipedia, in the top 10 there are 7 nuclear power plants. So if we want to build more nuclear power, with the current technology, it will take some time and it might be quite costly. It is understandable that with nuclear power, you want to plan and construct carefully, avoiding mistakes. Because if things go horribly wrong, you might get a great HBO show, but not second chances anytime soon.
It's being tested, right? It's partially online.
First
It's being
time at
tested.
the end of 2021, and things were looking good. Tests were performed throughout 2022, and Finns were anxious, because the capacity that Olkiluoto would provide for
Alright,
Finland
fine. He
was
finally
badly
got to
needed.
it. Come on.
Because Finland isn't self-sustained when there is no wind energy. Since Olkiluoto 3 has taken its time, you could think that at least they had done things correctly. Well, this was not the case, as the latest delay was announced since cracks were found from each of the 4 water supply pumps. It is starting to look
Pumps.
like fusion energy will be a thing before
Okay.
Olkiluoto 3 is finished.
You're soying about them finding a problem in a component before it fails in production. That's called being safe.
So in the end, nuclear energy is like every other energy production method, in a sense that it is not a solution that will solve all of our energy problems instantly, but it has benefits that make it a really viable option to boil water. Naturally, this field has development happening all the time, fusion energy being the end goal. But before we have the power of the sun in the palm of our hands, there are other steps before it. For example, there is a great interest for small modular reactors that could solve many issues that larger reactors are facing, like the enormous effort that goes into constructing one. The public image of nuclear energy has gotten better, as the misconceptions regarding it have been addressed. So with political decisions and some effort, nuclear energy could be used to replace fossil energy, especially as renewables are facing their own problems. This way, uranium could be used to produce clean energy and not for speedrunning mass extinction.
Love the scare quotes. You get a meh. You get a meh from me. Mandolin meh. Okay, this one's soy. This I will super soy out of that one. Yeah. Is there anything... There we are. Destiny, AI's hardware problem. This actually sounds a little interesting. Compute in memory, yeah. Okay, I want to soy about something.
Hey
Let's take a
boy,
nuclear break.
Today, we're going all the way back to 1984 to the very first Transformers cartoon. This thing, oh my god, I listened to it I don't know how many times to try to figure out what was going on. This is the first generation Transformers theme. It's wild. Hang on to your hats. Check this out.
Very
when
jazzy.
I first started listening to it, I was hearing the theme and I'm like, oh yeah, counting through it and feeling, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second, hold on, what just happened? Now, clearly there's some things going on here time-wise that are messing with this rhythm. It's not just a straightforward backbeat groove. Something's throwing
Even the
it off.
triplets.
And it's so hard to hear that initial thing. Like, listen to this.
Yeah,
Where Autobots
edit.
comes in. I'm like, wait, what? I had to listen to it 20 different times and I could not figure out what I was hearing. Because the whole thing sounds like it's just a big giant stutter. Like the drums sounded like they weren't sure of how this was supposed to go, and kind of everybody seems like, okay, we're hanging on for dear life because this is a weird chart. And yeah, I heard it again in the outro sequence.
Drops a half beat, doesn't it?
Okay, something's weird there. I don't know what happened there. Now we're going for a ride around the circle. Okay, something like that. What? All right, nothing makes sense. This is really interesting, and you gotta check this out. So basically, here's what it looks like. Here's what I came up with, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time with this, but so bear with me here. So we
Okay,
start off.
we're gonna see this.
And this is already where it gets messed up, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5. It's hard to keep that going for a long period of time. The bass line's really telling here, and that's one of the things you should listen to. So if we go here to this, where this bass line comes in, check this out.
Ah, bass.
Okay, so if we listen for that bass line, it can really help us understand what's actually happening here, and it helps kind of guide us around. And so we can look and see, and it's funny, it's not in tune. So that sounds horrible, so apologies for that. So we have this A minor, and then we have B flat major, half step up, and then there are 5 bop, 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 bop before it goes back. So to me, I don't know, it's a 5/16 measure. How would we break this up? I mean, I said 4/4, then 2/4, then 5/16 before going back to 4/4. How else could you look at that? Well, 2/4, what is that in 16? Well, 2/4 would be 4/8 would be 8/16. This is so dumb. 8/16 plus 5 would be 13/16. So that 2/4 plus 5/16 could be 13/16. I don't know why that would seem to me more difficult to read. I would much prefer to see that division, that even division of 2 quarter note beats that are denoted in this 2/4 measure right here. So this is kind of where I'm getting at with like this whole thing about engraving and how we write out different stuff. I have no idea what the original sheet music looks like. I don't know what the idea was with making this so disjointed. It winds up just being confusing. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like, it's an interesting thing to listen to, but it is like, whoa, 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 what just happened? It almost feels like the record skipped and it started over. Like, listen to this.
Yeah.
This straight up sounds like the whole thing got screwed up and started over. Listen to this. Ready? Watch this. Starts here. Right there. It sounds like it started over. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. But then 2, 3, 4, 1. There's just, then it goes away. So literally the first phrase has 1/16 note dropped. For what reason, I couldn't tell you. No, 1/16 note added. What am I, 2, good Lord. Oh, I understand. Okay. It would have been a 3/4 bar. So the whole first thing
good theory,
7
Cardboard.
beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. But instead, it's
You couldn't just speed it up slightly to fit? Okay, I don't know.
It's 7 beats plus 1/16 note. How could you write this differently? Well, we talked about a few different ways here. You could write it in, you could write that second measure in 13/16 instead of a bar of 2/4 and a bar of 5/16. But here's the thing with engraving. When you're writing out charts, if you're writing stuff that you want other musicians to read, I want to divide this into even distributions across the measure so that other musicians can read it, and visually it makes more sense. And I'll show you, I have a bad example in here of bad writing, and we haven't gotten to this part yet, but if you look at this 7/4 bar, that right there is not very good engraving to me. Now, some people might look at that and say, oh no, I actually prefer that because it tells me that this is the same rhythm over and over again until the point when it stops. Understandable. I could see
really
that.
need
But to
Stream
me, I
FX
look
to
at
be
this and
fixed.
I'm like, well, my brain
I
wants
want
to see
this
more
to
divisions
have
of this
a shadow.
particular note structure. I
And
want to see
I want my
where is this 7/4 measure
my
divided, because
title,
counting 7
which I'll bring back
quarter
in a
notes
sec
just
to have
in
a-
a line with
have
no
a shadow.
divisions or anything like that within the measure, that's hard. It's very easy to get caught up and get mixed up and lose your place. But with this, you know, there's a few different ways you could do it. It might look like this, how I have it written here, or maybe it might look something like this. Now, some people might prefer the previous one because, like I said, it's more uniform. It's easier to tell that, hey, this is the same rhythm over and over and over again, and that makes sense. But also, if you switch it over to something like this, now you can see, oh, I see where the beats align. I can see, here's a grouping of 4/16 notes, 4/16 notes, 4/16 notes, et cetera, or 2/8 notes or whatever it is. There's just, the beats are visually easier to pick up. This just opens up a whole giant conversation on various ways of doing this kind of thing, of how to engrave. This is the process of engraving, is how you're deciding the way in which to write something in music. This process can,
I like
can
3,
happen
4,
a
4, 4.
bunch of different ways. We already talked about one way that we could have written a 13/16 bar, but instead I wanted to make it simpler, so I did a 2/4 and a 5/16. I think most musicians would look at that and say, yeah, that's easier to handle, because 5/16 notes is easier to count than 13 of them all in a row. It's a whole thing of trying to figure out what's going on in a complicated piece of music like this. But we are gifted with this really interesting segment. Check this out. So we have A minor to B flat major, back to A minor, B flat major, and then the melody comes in.
Triplets, yeah,
Okay,
let's
so
go.
we go for a ride around the key circle there. right? Check this out. Stock voicing, terrible voicing, but just for clarity's sake. I don't know why I played a major there. There's no major there. Anyways, yeah. Once again, just minor, major, and then
Jazz. Do you like jazz? Yes.
the key circle. Almost perfectly, right? Because the true key circle would go there instead. So we're getting this motion, this 2, 5, 1, 4, and this is kind of like a 2-5 going to this minor key, right? Once again, how we talk about that is if we're calling the first little bit in C major, right? 2, 5, 1, okay? But now we're gonna move on from that, so we're gonna go to the 4, and then now we're going to this home base. So we're gonna call B the 2 again, and so we're gonna do a 2, 5, 1. So we have a 2, 5, 1, 4, 2, 5, 1 to the minor. Could you technically say, oh, it's 7 half diminished to the subdominant third to the minor 6? Yes, technically. Or if we're calling the whole thing
Actually,
A minor, we could say that C is the something else, you know? But we're talking essentially about functionality of harmony, right? And in the key of C major, we have C major, D minor, E minor, F major, G major, A minor, B diminished, and C. And so we're seeing all of these chords in that context. So D minor, G major, C major, F major, B diminished, even though this is with the 7th, we call it half diminished, or minor 7 flat 5. Boy, this video is just all about, hey, how many different ways can we refer to the exact same thing?
He's gonna keep going, isn't he?
Half diminished. Now this is the only one that naturally would be a minor chord in the key of C, but we flipped it to be a dominant chord. That's what we call a secondary dominant or a subdominant. And then we go to our A minor, which is again a naturally occurring triad within the key of C major. If we're considering it all in C, what is that? That's something. What is that? Something like that. Or
oh man, these are some musical references.
Everywhere. It's all over the place.
Yes.
And this is exactly how they did that. That was another one that I couldn't figure out for a second. Is the band just really unsure of themselves because of how weird this chart is? Or is it intentionally supposed to feel that much like a stutter? 'Cause check this out. Right there, that turnaround. There's a couple different ways that I can imagine feeling that, and it all depends on where you hear the downbeat. So we have... Now you could hear this like it's a lead-in, or you could hear it 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, or 5, 6, or whatever it is. You can hear it in a couple of different ways depending on where you're hearing that downbeat. I think when you reference the lyrics, it creates a clearer picture of what it's supposed to be, right? Because if we listen to the version at the beginning of the show that have the lyrics, the word is Decepticons. And the way we normally say the word Decepticons, it's like that first DE is kind of a pickup, Decepticons. The Decepticons. So the fact that we have the Decepticons, it makes the and the duh sound like it's kind of a pickup into Septicons. The Decepticons, right? Check this out. So I think when you listen to it there, once more,
like a grace note.
And then you hear the horns in the background especially, right? Right, so the horns play on Decepticons, right? So I think that kind of answers this question, which tells us that that part of the melody there 4. And that's why I have it written here like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh man. So here's another question. Would this have been simpler to write as a bar of 4 and a bar of 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You could write it like this and it would look a little different and maybe a little bit clearer. I've seen it written in like 6/8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, ba-da, which is technically fine. That works. That's correct because this would be like 1, 2, It's really just about what makes the most sense to you, what's going to make the most sense to the musicians that are playing. Harmony-wise,
I'm being real
A
quiet.
minor,
This is a good
E flat,
video.
Major. That's it.
I love to consume
Really, that
this.
one middle section. So it's not super complicated from.
All right. It is getting too boring, too off topic. Yeah, Charles Cornell is great. Reminds me of Adam Neely. What's Adam been up to? Oh, I didn't subscribe to him on my new channel. Oh, fail. Has he made something recently? Oh. No. If you like music YouTubers, I want you to okay, let's just absorb this song because I like Adam Neely and I really like this and the accompanying explainer and all that. So yeah, check out Cornell and check out Neely on YouTube. Whoa, did I just spoil my capture? Oh, is it gonna go away again? Oh, they still haven't fixed this bug. So here's what the bug is. Sometimes the reference count for different display capture sources is incorrectly decremented. Like when I do a transition. So check this out. I'm going to close it and it's going to go away. Whoops. And then I transition, and as soon as it ref count increases on the display capture, it comes back. So how do I fix this? I bring up the multi-view, and then everything is hard ref counted. So that is a bug that has existed since OBS 27 or before. So, oh well. I'll just leave my multi-view up. Yeah. Oh, does he go into explaining it? He does. Okay, let's watch the rest. Let's watch the rest.
Today I'm recording my version of Clarity by Zed. Hey, I think I'm in the right building, but what floor is it on? 11. Got it. Awesome. I'll see you soon.
What up? We're just getting in the mood.
Yeah, what is it?
Nickelback.
This session was organized with the help of this woman, Christine Kruda. Christine is a cellist who runs a crowdfunded musicians collective / orchestra called Little Kruda that organizes free concerts and artist showcases for the purpose of featuring some amazingly talented singers. Today, I'm that featured singer, sort of. I'm playing vocoded bass guitar.
Do we want to do that one more time? Sorry, let me get the inflection right. Do we want to do that one more time?
You can literally change whatever. Yeah. The song could be literally meows later. Don't tempt me. We're going to be recording in 2 phases. First, we're tracking horns and drums in the live room while bass guitar.
You can tell this is 2018.
Simultaneously in the control room. Next, we'll
or 2019.
In the live room while Hannah Sumner, the
when was Skirt a thing?
Track vocals in the isolation booth. This way, we'll get a nice compromise between the flexibility of tracking instruments one by one and the live feel.
2017.
Together at the same time.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
I just wanted to not worry about it.
You said you suck.
Saxophone.
Saxophone!
Had to stop. Working with Christine and the musicians of Little Kruda has been really awesome, and I'm excited to share some of the stuff that I've been doing with them on this channel over the next couple of weeks. If you have a second, definitely check out their Patreon because they're entirely crowd-funded. Other orchestras are underwritten by grants from things like New Music USA, and that's great and all, but what Little Kruda does is kind of like a house band or a house orchestra for up-and-coming R&B, soul, and pop singers. Can only really be done on a platform like Patreon, so please check it out. It was Little Kruda's patrons and also my patrons that were able to underwrite this session, and I'm very grateful to everybody who has participated. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time.
Little Kruda is like a giraffe.
We've got like the long neck, and we don't need a lot of water, but you've got the hooves that are strong because of the calcium. Basically, Little Kruda survives on photosynthesis.
Oh. I play French horn.
And sand.
Bass.
And I'm really bad too. I never practiced. I blew too hard. I had terrible embouchure. I was just loud. I was a loud, brassy, ugly French horn, which worked for a few songs, but eh. Yeah, kind of close to the saxes. I mean, there were a freaking high school band in the late 90s, you know, Bill Clinton and all that, too many saxophones. Too many saxophones. Did you start playing saxophone because of Bill Clinton? Be honest with us. Oh boy, look at this. This is a problems with Helion Energy. Okay.
People have been asking me to look at the private company Helion Energy ever since it was profiled by a YouTube channel called Real Engineering. I'm not sure whether I can convince anyone of anything, since I only have a bunch of boring charts and no fancy 3D graphics, so there we go. Besides, I already discussed many of the challenges in my technical How Fusion Works series, so I will pull some clips out of there. In their video, Real Engineering claim that Helion Energy's Trenta machine is, quote, a closely guarded secret for years, end quote, even though the company have put up results on their own YouTube channel and reported them to the public agencies that they were originally funded by. Helion is reportedly using the field reversed configuration, or FRC, approach to fusion. FRC machines have been built extensively since the 1960s, so this is absolutely nothing new. Even though CEO David Kirtley said, quote, it's a real unique version of fusion fuel that Helion and very few others do, end quote. The first challenge for Helion is that they plan on using the deuterium-helium-3 reaction. This is a much less reactive fuel mix than deuterium-tritium, which is the reaction in most other approaches. As I said previously, suppose we achieved good power output from a deuterium-tritium reactor. The tritium is a problem because it's hard to make and it gives off neutrons. So we decide to replace the fuel with a deuterium-helium-3 mix instead. This will absolutely clobber our power output when running at the same temperature as before. We could claw back some of that power if we up the temperature or density, but of course this increases the physics and engineering challenges. Note that in this case some neutrons would still be produced as deuterium nuclei would fuse with each other. In this plot, on the x-axis is the
so it's not even aneutronic. It's just less neutronic.
I assumed that any commercial reactor would target at least 300 million degrees, but helium seems to be satisfied to have reached 100 million. At this temperature, they are 1,000 times less reactive than they could be if they went with a tritium option, or 5,000 times less reactive than a machine like JET at its operational temperatures. It is therefore extremely doubtful to me that they will ever generate energy gain. But hey, maybe venture capitalist funding gives you some sort of magic that will overcome this lower reactivity. Money! At how Real Engineering is wrong in their explanation of neutrons in the deuterium-tritium reaction, as if breeding tritium somehow loses the energy carried by the neutron. Also, the wording implying that tokamaks can only use deuterium-tritium was wrong. They could, and sometimes do, have helium-3 fusion. It's just that the plan in future is to use tritium for the previously stated reactivity reasons. The other problem with deuterium-helium-3 is the extreme amount of radiation which would be put out. Now granted, this reaction itself doesn't involve any radioactive materials whatsoever. However, if you have a mix of these two isotopes at thermonuclear temperatures,
well, tritium's
pairs
radioactive.
Of deuterium
Barely.
nuclei will react with themselves and release neutrons. This is a factor which the Real Engineering video completely ignores, as if you could have a stern talk to the deuterium nuclei and order them to only react with helium and not with each other. Statistically, the chance that two deuteriums react is half of deuterium-helium-3, and only half of the former reactions will produce a neutron directly. This means, at equal reactivity, 1 neutron is released for every 4 deuterium-helium-3 reactions. However, if you look back at the plot I showed before, at 100 million degrees, the deuterium-deuterium reactivity is 7 times higher than deuterium-helium-3. You are therefore going to get a lot of neutrons when trying to actually produce electrical power. A neutron is about 10 times more deadly than a similar gamma ray, and unlike gamma rays, the neutrons will make other things radioactive after the machine is switched off.
Okay. 10 times more. Come on, more. No, it doesn't work that way. Come on. REM. Okay, maybe. Yes. Okay, maybe. The REM. Yes, the REM is very important. Okay. But if it's a single neutron, it's about the neutron flux that matters. But more importantly is the second thing he said. The second thing, which is it activates. It makes things radioactive. No other radiation does that. I mean, alpha might do that once in a long time. Alphas might do that, but alphas get blocked easy. I don't think there's beta activation for anything. There's never gamma. Gammas can't activate shit, but neutrons is, oh my god, so much gets activated by neutrons.
As I said previously, you must physically have roughly a meter of dense material around your fusion reactor. Because the neutrons are not charged, they are not slowed down unless they interact with a nucleus directly. You must therefore put enough atoms in their way to stop them. When a neutron is absorbed by any element other than lithium or beryllium, it will typically turn the stable nucleus into a heavier radioactive one. If the phosphorus in your DNA absorbs a neutron, it will turn into an unstable isotope, which will then decay by means of beta emission and become a sulfur atom. I hope I don't need to say this, but both of these things are very bad for your DNA. Helium do not have a meter of solid
absorbing
material around their
activated
reactor to attenuate neutrons.
It's bad.
If the Trenton machine, as pictured, were to be producing power plant levels of energy, it would be like the exploded Chernobyl reactor number 4. This problem is absolutely non-negotiable. If you are producing fusion energy from deuterium-helium-3, you are generating a lot of corresponding neutrons and making everything radioactive.
Okay, come on, man, not in the same way that Chernobyl is radioactive. Activated carbon is nothing compared to cesium, strontium, and radioactive iodine. Come on. Activated carbon is nothing. Carbon-14 is created in our atmosphere all the freaking time. Tritium, deuterium and tritium are created all the time in our atmosphere. Not a big deal.
Even at higher plasma temperatures, where the balance of these two reactions I talked about is more favorable towards the helium one, you would still be at dangerous neutron levels. Even if everything goes as planned,
if you stand next to it, it's dangerous. Yes, don't stand next to it.
Tritium separation plant, which at ITER is probably about the size of Helium's entire building, and a lot of other infrastructure. And what about that innovative way they generate electricity from the...
So, Rhyolithica, the problem with it is, if it activates something, then you've got to account for all the things that get activated chemically and radiologically. So if you activate something and then it decays quickly, you've got maybe a bigger problem, because that decay could be pretty energetic, like radium to radon. That's a problematic decay chain. Or is it radon to radium, I think. But yeah, yes, it can be problematic, but it's unlikely to be problematic. And so if you account for all the things that it can activate, and then all of their decay products and all their daughter isotopes and all that, yeah, you can do it. It's not something that is a showstopper, I think. I'm not a nuclear engineer. I'm not a professional engineer. I'm not a nuclear professional engineer. That's a thing that exists. And so it's sort of like a little soy to freak out about neutron activation. And we're the experts on one thing around here, and that's soy. So this video scores 1 soy out of however many.
The plasma itself? Well, as I said previously, the problem is that accelerating charges emit photons by a process called Bremsstrahlen, or braking radiation in German. This is not noticeable for the kind of speeds we experience in everyday life, but it is significant for the kind of motion required for nuclear reactions. A plasma is constantly radiating away energy by Bremsstrahlung, with everything from radio waves to X-rays. Once they are emitted, the photons usually, though not always, leave the plasma and energy is lost. So again, quite a bit of the energy will be lost as heat, and the energy gain in the plasma reaction itself would have to be large to compensate. I'm also skeptical about their claim that particle gyroradii are larger than predicted by theory. There have been many plasma physics experiments and observations which confirm the size of the gyroradius. More likely, they are seeing losses due to particle drifts and turbulence, which I have described in another video. I have reservations about exactly how they know the plasma conditions they have achieved. A casual check doesn't show many actual peer-reviewed papers by them. Just so you know, any publicly funded experiment spends a lot of time and effort debating, designing, documenting, and running the diagnostics which determine plasma properties. I guess you have to combine therapy with diagnostics to get the really big bucks though. Anyway, that was just me complaining. Helion are totally going to prove me wrong in the future Space Year 2021 when they prove commercial energy gain in a 50 megawatt system. I know because it says so in this totally uncritical article.
Okay, that was pretty good. I like it. Let me share that.
Why weren't we pushing towards...
Oh, I already said I'm going to skip. I'm not going to watch that yet. Okay, I'm going to go fishing for more stuff to react to because... Wee woo wee woo. I want to watch Alex.
It's that time of year, the Christmas
So this is like casual watching, unrelated to stuff I usually react to.
Jumper is firmly on. So in today's video, I'm counting down my top 5 tech buys of 2022. These are 5 products from either the broadcasting or the live streaming world that I've absolutely loved using this year, and I think you will enjoy just as much too. Let's get straight into it with number 5, fiber optic HDMI cables. I'm going to be honest, I hadn't even heard of these things at the start of 2022, but I am a total convert for them now. Fiber optic HDMI cables use fiber optics instead of traditional copper cabling to allow you to send HDMI signals at much greater distances. So whereas a standard HDMI cable usually shouldn't be much longer than say 7 meters or 20 feet, a fiber optic HDMI cable will have no issues sending a signal at up to
Switch to SDI, you coward.
300 feet. And that means that you can have your HDMI-based camera placed further away from your A10 Mini, for example.
Use a converter.
And you can keep everything as an HDMI-based workflow, so you don't have to invest in the added cost of switching to SDI for those longer cable runs. Now, I have tried a few different brands of these cables, and the one that's worked best for me is this one, the AtZeeb fiber optic cable. They're available in various different lengths, from 5 meters to 100 meters on Amazon. I'll put a link for them down in the description below, along with all of the products from today's video. Now, there are a few reasons why I like these.
Okay, there's one good reason to use HDMI. That's because of the return channel, and if you use a HDMI return encoded channels, then you have wonderful things like camera controls going from your ATEM into your Blackmagic cameras, or sometimes Sony cameras, I think, might have it. Anyways, but that would be the reason for it.
These ones the best. Firstly, it's a bi-directional cable, which means it works fantastically with your Blackmagic cameras and A10 Mini. You get all of the same tally light, camera control, color calibration
that's why to do it.
as you would with a regular HDMI cable. Secondly, they're full 4K, 60 frames per second, and HDR compatible. So even if you're not looking to use them on an A10 Mini production, but you need a long HDMI cable to send a 4K feed to a TV or a monitor, these are a great option. And thirdly, I've now installed these in multiple studio builds for my clients. I've used them out on location and on shoots, and so far I haven't had any issues with them. In fact, if you want to see these in use, I'll link up here to my behind the scenes video from the Sidemen versus Mr. Beast shoot. Check that out after this video. We used over a mile of these fiber optic HDMI cables on that shoot. Now, 2 quick things I do just want to mention about fiber optic HDMI cables. There is a tiny bead of glass running down the center of the cable, and for that reason, they are more fragile than traditional HDMI cables. You're not going to want to bend these around corners or put them in places where they're regularly going to be trodden on. Secondly, when you're plugging these in, make sure you connect the correct end to the source and the destination. It will be clearly labeled.
Cardboard, I did not. I just randomly picked this out of my recommendations, but I trust the creator. And also, believe it or not, I have worked for about 4 months in broadcast media. So I know a thing or two now, and I'm occasionally correct about a thing or two. Just occasionally I'm correct. And so I'm happy when Alex agrees with me. But yeah, I didn't pre-watch this. I just picked it out of my recommendations.
On the HDMI connector, but if you plug them in the wrong way round, you will just get a black screen. So yeah, fiber optic HDMI cables, they've been a new one for me in 2022, but I have absolutely loved them. On now to number 4. Sticking with the theme of wiring, I've been doing a lot of live broadcast studio builds and podcast setups for clients this year, and this little thing has been an absolute godsend. The Nimbot D11 label maker is a pocket-sized label maker that connects to your phone via Bluetooth, where you then use their app to fully design and print your own customized labels. And the reason I like this one so much is because it has specific labels for use on cables. When you're building a setup, whether it be for a home studio, a podcast space, or even a professional broadcast studio, you'll know how quickly the number of cables running everywhere builds up. And that's why it becomes so vital to label your cables. And this thing makes it so easy to do. Let me show you how it works. Firstly, I turn on the D11 and click connect in the app to pair it with the phone.
Okay,
Once
I
connected,
believe you.
it will automatically show you what labels are currently installed inside the D11 and allow you to customize and create your own templates for
We can
on
skip.
this year. In at number 3, it is my beloved Blackmagic Speed Editor. At the start of 2022, I made the conscious effort to fully switch over to DaVinci Resolve as my editing software. And one of the tools that I found invaluable on that journey was the Speed Editor. Now, you don't need it to use DaVinci, but I do truly believe that it's made my editing faster, more efficient, and more effective. The Speed Editor connects to your Mac or PC via Bluetooth or USB-C if you want it wired, and it works best in the cut page, although I do use it quite often in the edit page too. Now, there are way too many features for me to go through each one in this video, but here are some of the things I love using my Speed Editor for. Firstly, moving through your timeline or source footage. You can scroll through at speed using the scroll mode, or get precise movements by using the transport wheel in jog mode. Setting in and out points on your source footage and then adding them to the timeline using the append button. I do this a lot just to select the good bits from my recording, so I don't have things like long pauses or bad takes on my timeline when I'm editing, only the good bits. It's also great for fine editing. I use the trim in, the trim out, and the roll function a lot to adjust the edit points between shots. Doing it with the Speed Editor, in my opinion, just feels fluid, and I find it a lot faster than using a mouse and keyboard. Where I really love it though, is when I'm using it for multicam editing. I can use the dedicated camera buttons to easily switch between cameras as I'm watching my footage. And of course, with DaVinci Resolve now available on the iPad, you can use the Speed Editor for that as well. And if you want to see how well that works, check out my DaVinci Resolve for iPad video on the channel. I did a little demo with the Speed Editor. But those two products really are a
That's going to be a reason to get an iPad Pro. Oh, shoot. Oh, damn. Think about this. Okay. So. I'm at a venue, and I record some footage. Freaking auto crop moved me because I slouched, and so it goes and then so I'm at a venue and I do a shoot. And so then I've got all of my camera sources on the media, on the T7 drive. And then I plug the T7 drive into the iPad Pro and I connect the speed editor over Bluetooth. And then I'm able to sort of scrub and edit and pre-edit the thing that just happened while it's fresh in my mind. Yeah, I'm kind of gotchy Craigasming about that. That's interesting. I don't know that I'm ready to do this, but I'm going to think about it.
Powerful editing solution, especially when you're on the move. And to top it all off, at the time of recording this video, if you buy a DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor, you get 2 licenses to the full DaVinci Resolve Studio version included in the price. In at number 2 is the Insta360 Link. Now this is a full 4K webcam with PTZ capabilities, pan tilt zoom, and it is also packed full of advanced features as well. Things like gesture control, AI auto tracking, desk mode, HDR, and a lot more in there as well. And the image quality on this thing is really impressive, especially for the size. It's quickly become one of my sort of go-to favorite webcams to use on things like video calls and live streaming, especially when I'm on the go. Because of its size, it's really the perfect webcam to kind of have in the bag with you when you're traveling and you can't take a bigger setup.
I like this.
I'll also tell you in a second about how I've been using this in some of my productions recently, because I think this might now be my favorite solution for bringing in remote guests. For basic use, you can just plug it into any Mac or PC and use it as a webcam straight away. And as you can see, it looks great straight off the bat. You can use gesture control and have the camera zoom in and out as you need, or activate AI tracking so that the camera follows you as you move around the room, which I have to say is incredibly reactive and responsive. I've yet to really be able to throw it off its mark. But where the camera really comes to life is when you install its companion app, Link Controller. You can manually adjust all of the camera and color settings to get it looking exactly how you want the shot to look. And you can also enable some of the more advanced features in here as well, like desk mode, which will automatically adjust the shot's perspective to show the tabletop perfectly as if the camera was sitting right above. If you can mount your camera directly overhead, then you can make use of overhead view, which will perfectly align and level your shot automatically. Or there's whiteboard mode, which uses AI algorithms to focus and crop your whiteboard to give your audience a much clearer view of it. Or even portrait mode, which rotates the camera to shoot natively at 9:16 rather than 16:9, to give full quality recordings and streaming for platforms like TikTok or YouTube Shorts.
I like this.
Now, one thing I've been using this camera for a lot recently is actually sending it out to remote guests when we need to bring someone into a live broadcast in high quality. So we'll actually send them a little flyaway pack that has maybe a MacBook, a decent microphone, and the Insta360 Link camera. And all they have to do is connect the camera to the computer, and the rest we can do completely remotely. Now, the reason I love using the Link for the remote contributors is because I have full control over the pan and the tilt of the camera fully remotely. So there's no asking them to move the camera.
That's
I can always
good.
reposition it to make sure that they
That's
fit
good.
perfectly in the frame, and I can do that from anywhere in the world. Now, before we move on to number 1, there is something that deserves an honorable mention. It's not in my list this year because I got it last year, but my NAS is still one of my favorite pieces of tech that I own and has still to this day transformed the way that I work. So let me tell you more about it with today's sponsor, QNAP. QNAP creates a wide variety of network-attached storage devices, and NAS, as they're known in short, is a bit... Right then, time for the top spot. In at number 1 is the Hollyland Mars 4K wireless transmission system and the
4K,
Hollyland Mars M1 wireless director's monitor. The Hollyland Mars 4K is a 4K wireless transmission system that allows you to send audio and video signals completely wirelessly at up to distances of around 450 feet line of sight. It supports Ultra HD at up to 30 frames per second and 1080p at up to 60 frames per second. And all of that at a relatively low latency of just 60 milliseconds, which makes it a really great tool for adding in a wireless camera to your live streams. You get both a transmitter unit and a receiver unit in the box. And one of the things I love most about these things is it supports both HDMI and SDI.
I love my
making it
Mars.
compatible
I've got a
with
Mars.
wide range of devices, and the perfect tool for things like drones, sports events, roaming cameras, where using cables is either just impractical or dangerous. There's multiple ways to power the units as well, whether it be with direct DC power from the wall, or if you want to use things like MPF batteries, you can just slot them on the back here and power them
That's a
on
big
the
battery.
go. Or even, as there's a USB-C slot on the side,
I'll
you can
use the USB-C.
regular phone charging or portable batteries to power the transmitter or the receiver unit.
I've got one right
which
here.
gives you the maximum flexibility to use the system pretty much anywhere you like, whether it be in the studio.
These really
or
small
on the
ones
go.
are great.
The killer feature for me is that from one transmitter, you can broadcast the signal to multiple devices, whether that be a receiver unit like this, an iPhone or iPad, which actually then gives you director's tools like scopes directly on your own device.
Oh, that's
or even
cool.
to something like this, the Holyland Mars M1 wireless monitor. Now this is a 5.5-inch all-in-one transmitter, receiver, and touchscreen monitor with professional color calibration.
Transmitter
It
and
is packed
receiver.
full of advanced features like 3D LUTs, focus and exposure assist, waveform displays, and much more. And it's all about giving you the professional monitoring tools that you need wirelessly from anywhere on set. As I mentioned before, the M1 isn't just a wireless receiver, it is a transmitter too. So you can mount this on top of your camera and you can get a beautifully large color accurate display for the camera operator. But at the same time, it is also transmitting the signal from your camera wirelessly to your Holyland Mars 4K receiver, which you could then have plugged in, like I have right now, to your A10 Mini, for example, or any Vision switcher. And so as you can see here, if we switch to the multi-view, I now have my camera, if I focus up, completely wireless as I move around. This is the Holyland transmitter here. And then got the ATEM here. And as you can see, the latency is really low with that 60 milliseconds. It's
forehead?
great. I've really loved using this setup,
one?
which is
This
why
guy?
I've rated it
Come on.
as my #1. And as a bonus, just for you watching this video right now, because I reached out to Holyland and let them know they were #1 on my video, they came back and said, we will give an offer code just for your audience, Alex, that gets them 15% off a Holyland Mars 4K or an M1 monitor. So if you use the link down in the description below and then use
Good
offer
offer.
code AlexPet, it's written here on the screen, you'll be able to get 15% off either a Holyland Mars 4K.
Hey, it's a fictional character. It's not racist. It's a fictional character. Come on.
Or a Holyland Mars M1 monitor. Big thanks to Holyland for doing that. They didn't have to, but they did. So there we have it. Those are my top 5 tech buys of 2022. But I want to know...
You're going to soy out about, like, you're mean to hobbits. Oh, you're mean to... No, I'm not mean to hobbits. I mean, oh, well, okay, so I'm mean to hobbits, but not, like, actual short humans. Those are hobbits. There's a real person like Peter Dinklage, and then there's a hobbit like Bilbo Baggins, who's a skeezy jerkface.
What yours are, let me know down in the comments below, and I will be reading them and replying to them and probably judging you just a little bit. But before I go, I did just want to say a massive thank you to all of you for your support of the channel over the last year. I really hope you've enjoyed
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna up a subscription to Paramount, and I'm gonna cancel I'm probably gonna cancel HBO. And I'm going to pick up Paramount, and I'm going to mainline like all of Discovery and all of New Picard, and maybe I'll soy out about that. Well, it's no. Bilbo Baggins is not an actor. Bilbo Baggins is not an actor. right? Like you can say Frank Wolf or whatever his face is a pretty cool dude without like saying Kevin Spacey is a pretty cool dude. Kevin Spacey is a predator. And what's the Frank from the political thing is kind of Machiavellian. And they're both shitty people for different reasons. Ian Holm. Okay, so I can shit talk Bilbo Baggins all the time, all I want, without saying anything about Ian Holm or Martin Freeman. Martin Freeman, really? Peter Jackson's Hobbit was Martin Freeman, but Ian Holm was the old Bilbo Baggins. I forgot that those were different actors. Huh. Can I be mean to Bilbo to his face? Well, if I'm an actor acting opposite Freeman, yeah, absolutely. I know the ballad. Oh, fuck. West Dude, now you've done it. We are going down there.
In the middle of the earth, in the land of Shire, lives a brave little hobbit whom we all admire. With his long wooden pipe, fuzzy woolly toes, he lives in a hobbit hole and everybody knows him. Bilbo Baggins, he's only 3 feet tall. Bilbo Baggins, the bravest little hobbit of them all. Hobbits are peace-loving folks, you know. They're never in a hurry and they take things slow. They don't like to travel away from home. They just like to eat and be left alone. But one day Bilbo was asked to go on a big adventure to the caves below to help some dwarves get back their gold that was stolen by a dragon in the days of old. Bilbo Baggins is only 3 feet tall. Bilbo Baggins, the bravest little hobbit of them all. Well, he fought with the goblins. He battled a troll. He riddled with Gollum. A magic ring he stole. He was chased by wolves, lost in the forest, escaped in a barrel from the Elf King's halls. Bilbo Baggins, the bravest little hobbit of them all.
Wait. What? You're gonna get you're taking footage instead of the original.
In his home in the land of Shire, that brave little hobbit whom we all admire, just sitting on a treasure of silver and gold, puffing on his pipe in his hobbit hole. Bilbo Baggins, he's only 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
Bilbo Baggins, the bravest little hobbit of them all. Bilbo Baggins.
I knew about this in 2005. I knew about that before YouTube. Come on, man. You can't out-reference that. Come on. Oh. Damn is right. I'm like, I grew up during the original meme. What do you mean the original meme? What? There's no such thing as... What's the original meme? this is the original meme. Enjoy. I will be right back. Wait, that was short. Okay, I'll approve of this though. No. Weeble's stuff was like 2002. Yeah, Badger, Mushroom. That was Flash. That was like 2002, 2004 era. Hamster Dance was GIFs. And a wave. Yeah. Let's look for Hamster Dance remix. You know what? This is taking too long. No, view count. Come on. Is that it? 25 million? Okay. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. This is like 2008 stuff.
Here we go.
Okay, I think that this song is Nyan Cat. No, this song is slightly before Nyan Cat era. Okay. It's time for a title update. Damn, it's time for a title update. This is Meme Archaeology. Archaeology? Yeah, Meme Archaeology. Okay. Nyan Cat? Nyan Cat. $11 years ago. Okay, maybe you're right, but I think 8 to 11 years 11 years is when YouTube starts to become unreliable. Well, unreliable in terms of a historical fact. Like, yeah, you can't say that Hamster Dance is... The Hamster Dance song is 8 years old because this video... This is when it was uploaded. Like, there's some music that is uploaded to YouTube when it becomes... more fashionable, or nostalgia, or the person who has the record got a way of digitizing it. Yeah, that like, here is the meme archaeologist in chief, is Wavy Web Surf. Is he still doing stuff? Oh, he's still doing stuff. Yeah. Does he have Nyan Cat? No, he doesn't. Doesn't have Nyan Cat. Doesn't have Hamster Dance. He's like, this is like, he's early YouTube meme archaeology. And I predated that. I mean, there's one meme that was really the strongest internet culture meme, and that was...
What happened? Someone set up us the bug. We get signal. What? Main screen turn on. It's you.
How are you, gentlemen? All your bays belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What you say?
You have no chance to survive, mate, your time. Ha ha ha. All your bays belong to us. All your bays, all your bays belong to us. All your bays, all your bays belong to us. All your bays,
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's better music than this. Okay, I'll do a different one. Is this showing up in the right channel? Yeah. Let's do this one. Yeah. Okay, one more.
For base justice. All your base are belong to us. All your base are belong to us. How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction. You have no chance to survive, mate, your time.
The drop wasn't ready.
All your base are belong to us. 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 How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction. You have no chance to survive, mate, your time. All your base are belong to us. All your base are belong to us. Gentlemen, all your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction. You have no chance to survive, mate, your time.
All right. Oh. I miss this music. I do miss this music. This is the original All Your Base artist, The Laziest Men on Mars. I dropped the link in the chat, but if you look for The Laziest Men on Mars on archive.org, you can find all of the music that went up on mp3.com. It was 2000, 2001, when All Your Base was fresh and new, and the hippest forums on the internet was Something Awful. And so all of this happened then, and that's when I was in college, and that's when I got my meme bones threw together in 99, 2000, And yeah, old man shit is for reals. This is the meme archaeology. And so that's where I'm at with these memes. Shit, what was the... I mean, I have seen so many people reference this shit on Twitter recently. So here we go. No! Okay. There we go. Meme archaeology.
Let's do it. I'm playing some CS Source right now. We can get some footage of that. Go back! Yeah! Boom! Headshot! Boom! Headshot! I can dance all day! I can dance all day! Try to hit me! Try to hit me! Come on! Boom! Headshot! Yeah! Yeah! Dude! Take that, bitch! So, like, this is my PC here. It owns. It owns! So yeah, I like FPSs. What can I say? There's nothing like the rush of hunting people down and killing them. I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. You wanna go for a jog, man? We can go for a jog.
Okay, but what are you doing with a knife?
What do you mean? I run faster with a knife. Everyone runs faster with a knife. So I mean, like, what do you want to do, man? What do you want to film? Like, you know, it's just film me owning noobs, doing the same old thing, but like, what do you and Jeremy usually do?
We just walk around and stuff.
Walk? Man, I got some wheels. So no, I guess I can tell you some bit about myself. I work every once in a while, occasionally, you know, like, I can't really hold down a job. People like me, it's really tough. You know, my dad owns a gun shop, but, you know, he doesn't like to admit it, but I think it makes him real nervous when I work there, because anytime I get a gun in my hand, it just automatically points to somebody's head. Sometimes I think maybe I want to join the army. I mean, it's basically like FPS, except better graphics. But what happens if I get lag out there? I'm dead! I mean, I even heard there's no respawn points in RL. What do you do when you're a person like me? When you're born to play FPS? Because there's nothing left to do but play FPS. Boom! Headshot!
Doug? Doug, what's going on? Are you okay?
What are you doing?
Doug, what's going on?
You know what, Kyle? I think you just better go, dude.
Are you okay?
Just go, man. Seriously, just go. Oh, man! God, you Jesus! Oh, fucking lag, you piece of shit! Oh, yeah, I can saw the back of your head for 5 goddamn minutes, you old top, eh? You like that? You want to fucking drop it out? Motherfucker! Goddamn lag! Oh, yeah, you fucking like that! You motherfucker! Fucking goddamn lag! Oh, fuck!
Ah, classic. Yep. Athene, Pure Ponage, legendary memes. Yeah, boat in the driveway. No homeowners association there. You wouldn't get away with that shit in my neighborhood. They would write you up and send you a strongly worded letter. Ugh. All right, it is 4:40. I've been going for 4.5 hours, pretty good. Thank you. Had a great time. Had a great stream. I had I was like not sure how long I was gonna stream, and then big raid. Let's go. Keep it going. Good to see you, Rhyolithica. Good to see you, PyProd. Thank you to all the new followers. Let's go over it. Who's the new followers? And who are the people that I want to talk to before I get out of here? Thank you. Thank you. Solid stream. Much appreciated. If I could just bring up my dashboard, I'm going to give you thank you to the raid and all of the new followers. So thank you once again to the meme adjacent, MAGACOM adjacent community. Not sure for the raid. Thank you, Nikicha, for the raid. Thank you, Malik Alka, President Bozanero, M9300, 990, Blank Page, Ogsnabone, Rollin' Raw, Mr. Popples, Grumpy Jones, Saddest 234, True Sarong, Scotafron, Pavbg for the follows. Those new followers today, epic stream. I'm going to try to stream more. I was testing out my stream today to hope that I would solve the problems with my stream before it had to start tomorrow. And this auto framing keeps cutting off the top of my head. There we go. But tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, Eco-Modernist Society of North America with an amazing guest, actually amazing guest that you will need to check out. And that guest is Leslie Corus of... Oh, where is it? There it is. Leslie Corus from Hiroshima Syndrome is going to be talking to us about nuclear energy, their experience, and communicating the risks, the true risks of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. So that's going to be Eco-Modernist Society of North America, regular stream Sundays, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll be able to join me, Gabe, Leslie, and maybe a few others talking about the effects of Fukushima Daiichi. And with all that, I'm going to find someone to raid out. And what do I need a song? I think I really like Zach App's outro song. And I should do an outro song while I raid someone. Because sometimes... Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my commercial. The commercial I always do. So, thanks everyone. I'm going to send you off to Stardust.
I want to speak to you about a new organization called the Eco-Modernist Society of North America. I'm here because we are in the midst of a potentially monumental ecological crisis. It is only through a new environmentalism 2.0 that progress can be made. We believe that our only hope for human advancement and even human survival is through the exponential advance of science in the service of humanity. Eco-modernism is a new environmental paradigm which looks to reverse the fear of nuclear power and scientific progress in general. Ecology-based modernism is the most direct way